think that's it. I can't tell if it's a commercial or if I'm online yet. We have to wait till after the commercial to see. Oh, okay. Oh, hold on, let's... Oh. One sec, my camera is... Hello, one sec, let me get my camera. I don't know what's wrong with it. Well, it looks like it's connected. Change plugs. Is that connected? Now I lost my... Oh, hold on. I know what the problem is. Hello. Sorry. That's the problem. All right. There we go. So now that should be it, right? Yep, there I am. Woo. Okay. So now, can you hear me? Can you see me? I see a few people here. Can you see me and hear me? Hello. Am I assuming that is a yes, you can see me and hear me? All right. Let me repeat it next. Can you see me and hear me well? Sorry, I had the wrong thing plugged in there. All right, great. Always something, right? All right, you go there, you come here. Awesome. So I'm just going to be working on this for a little bit. This was what I started working on last week. I guess it's okay to work on things more than 1 week. It's not something I'm used to doing, but that's okay. And then we'll do a cutter and chop it up. How is everyone doing? Anyone have anything wonderful, exciting, and new going on in their week? The world is trying to open back up, so more people are going to go out there and get sick. Why, thank you. Indeed, indeed. Too funny. Yeah, not a whole lot, not a whole lot. I know. No, it's been pretty uneventful on the homestead front. We, yeah, not a whole lot, honestly. So I think I have my home studio set up, which is nice, which means I can actually get to recording as opposed to talking about it. So we're on track to having quite a bit of it done before September, October, sort of my time frame that I want to hit. And it looks like we might be able to hit it, and that's good. But yeah, I mean, just not a whole lot, just trying to get stuff done. Welcome everyone, welcome, welcome. Like I said, we're just going to be working on this for a little while. I was going to work on a Phoenix pendant, but I didn't hear back from them which version she liked. So unless she gets back to me soon, we're going to be working on this and then whatever else comes up. '30th is my master stream, yeah. And then the 23rd, the Tuesday before that, is the Formlabs stream. Formlabs is doing some jewelry cycle stream, so well, I imagine the Pixologic one will be here, and I don't have a link to the form. One sec. Let's see. Formlabs. Webinars, Formlabs. Maybe that's it. Come on. These are on demand. I'll find out. I'll post it on Monday. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, the 23rd is Formlabs. The 30th is Pixologic. I'll get a link to where the Formlabs thing is, and I'll post it, or I'll tell everyone next week. I'm not sure where it is. Gmail. Formlabs. Week 3 of Jewelry Month. So these are where it is. It says register. Hold on, let's see if we can register for this. So if you, let's try this. Click on that. And that looks like you can register there. 12 p.m. Eastern. Oh, holy hell, that's early. It's not that early. Earlier than I want it to be. I have to change my reservation. Yeah, okay. That's early. So there you go. That's how to find the webinar we're doing. You know what I'm saying. Formlabs. That's what I was working on. Whew. Already a long day, right? So that's the registration for that. I guess they are having Jewelry Month. They've had a bunch of jewelers. My God, this is going to be a rough night. I can't even form sentences. They've been doing webinars with a bunch of jewelers this month. Goodness gracious. I feel like I've had a stroke or something. I'm like, my bad brain days are getting worse. I drown and I have kind of bad brain days, and this has been bad brain day. I chitter chatter and yibber yabber. Well, a lot of them are CAD, yeah. And I'll be doing ZBrush. I'm just going to break down. I'm going to start with talking about scale, because for some reason everyone in the CAD world still says that ZBrush doesn't have a scale system. I just don't understand that. ZBrush has had scale since the very, very beginning. I mean, okay, you had to know how to find it, but I mean, it's like, it's one of those weird things that people have in their minds. I've even had one of my students, while giving a live presentation, go, well, ZBrush doesn't have scale. So, and I'm like, dude, you just took a 10-week course where it was incredibly important that you use scale. How is it that you went 10 weeks through my class and you still can out loud say ZBrush doesn't have scale? I don't understand it. I don't. I'm just like, what in the hell were you doing for 10 weeks? I don't get it. It seems like they're having a party out there. Can you hear them? They're going off. No, but that one just blew me away. I'm just like, dude, are you kidding me? Yeah, he's a fucking tool anyway. Oop, I said that. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that out loud. Oops. We got a weird dent right there, don't we? Sometimes when you get dents like that, it's easier just to move it out. Because if you stroke over it, often your strokes are just going to keep making it worse. So, I have more computing power. I mean, 15 mil, 20 mil is pushing where this machine will go. My machine at home, I have models that are hundreds of millions of polys. So it's just CPU and RAM. That's all it is. It likes nice new fast CPUs and as much RAM as you can jam into it. So that's the answer. Get more RAM. Yeah, 16 gigs of RAM. I have 64 in this. I had, what was it? 64, 92, 96. Jesus. But on my machine at home, I burned out some of my RAM. I don't know how you burn RAM, but I killed it, so I had to take 2 out. So I'm back down to 64 on my home machine until I get replacement RAM. And I just haven't done it yet. My RAM's kind of old, so trying to match it's a pain in the butt. So I just haven't been too compelled to try to change it. Remember, while I'm working, If you have any questions, ask, and I'll be happy to try to help you with anything questions or things that you want. Otherwise, I'm just going to work on this ring. Kind of a sci-fi style ring for an opal. Hello, good morning to you. How are you doing? How are we doing? I see there's some new people in. Just remember, I'm just working on this, but if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to help answer them if I can. Otherwise, I am just going to be working away on this. There you go. I kind of like sort of old mechanical technology sort of stuff. Not quite steampunk. You know, steampunk's kind of it's too genreized. I mean, it's so specific. Where if you just get into, you know, I like the old biomechanical where you have just kind of weird mechanical stuff with, you know, kind of organic tie-ins. I find very compelling. I like that stuff. And now I'm just going to take move and move it around some. 0.7, enter. Come in and try to tune my forms up. Oh no. The shape's a little too soft for me right now. So, did everyone have a good week? Anything cool, interesting, and new going on in your lives? Nothing new is going on in mine. Well, I'm starting to make progress on the my education platform stuff. We're debating if I'll run another class before I try to launch my stuff, so we'll see when that happens. I don't know if we have the interest. You know, if we can get enough people to run the class, maybe we will. I don't know. Transparency, where's that stone sitting? I know, right? The first class we had too many. We'll see if we can get enough for a second. My logo is in offline mode. Is something of mine offline? What is it that's not working? Not that I'm the wonder of internet productivity. I mean, anything I do could be not working at any time, let's face it. I'm not sure. I don't know what you mean by that. Is it something I can fix? I'm willing to fix anything. What is offline mode? What logo? What logo are we talking about? Sorry, I'm not. My Twitch logo? Do I even have a Twitch logo? Twitch? Well, first of all, I don't know why it's not shifting. I'm Pablo again this week. Is that what we're talking about? Pablo? I don't know. Sorry if I'm being dim. That's really annoying. Oh well. I can't say it happens sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't. I don't know. That's a thing for Pixologic. I have no power over any of that. I don't think I do. Maybe I'm supposed to be doing something that I don't know. It could very well be my fault. Let's just put it that way. I don't know what that person meant. Like I said, clarify it to me and I'll see if I can figure it out. Or are you just talking smack? You're just saying, whoa, that I'm out of line, offline. All of which can be true. I have a hard time knowing what people mean a lot of the time. Why are you doing that to me? Oh well. If it's something that I can fix or whatever, I'll try, but I don't know. Oh, that's weird. Why do we start getting laggy all of a sudden? Weird. Things I do not know. There are so many of them. Remember, if anyone has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, but for the most part, I'm going to kind of sit here and try to futz around on this and finish it. If Teresa gets back to me, I might work on a phoenix later on. I sent her a bunch of different options, and I didn't hear back. Yeah, so basically my clay tubes, let's go to clay tubes. My clay tube setting, if you go into lazy mouse, even though you turn lazy mouse off, the lazy mouse settings do change how the brush interacts with your surfacing. So first of all, my focal shift is in that 5960 range. If you go turn lazy mouse on, my lazy step is 003. I don't know. I used to do 0035. I don't know that it's going to matter that much at that point. My roll distance is 10. My lazy smooth is 8. Right? So that, and then you just turn lazy mouse off. But it changes. The brush will interact with the surface with those settings. So you can play around in your lazy mouse settings, because what I find, the base settings is really chattery. And once you change your roll distance stuff, you can, it gives you a tighter brush stroke. You're not so chattery. If that makes any sense. It should. But that's the only thing I've done. I change quite a few of my brushes to that lazy step of 0035. It just winds up giving you a much smoother stroke. Right, you don't get that, you don't see the squares repeating as you're going along. It kind of blends it together in a nice smooth stroke. Oops. And I find that to be very, very useful. Yeah. The thing is you're just trying to... Crappus. Look at that. See, that's the problem with the stone that's not symmetrical. Is that you start futzing with it and you blow out on one side. So that's... Bring all this just out. Let's try to keep the same relative shape there. That's thin, thin, thin. I don't know. The questions. Will it look good? Is that what I want to do? I don't know. I'm making stuff up. I have no answers. Oh, it's too early to be yawning. Holy Hannah, that's not good. That does not mean leave me with a promising future here if I'm yawning already. No, but I got my little studio all set up. You're gonna laugh at me. So so I bought a bunch of expensive sound equipment because I was told my recordings sound like crap. And so I went through and I bought a new mic, and I bought a new mic preamp, and I bought a new digital interface, and I bought new studio speakers, and got Audition, and everything's all set up to do recording. And the first thing I go in and everything's just like, and I'm like, oh my God, that's horrible. And then I finally get it, and I'm making recordings, and they sound like crap. I mean, like, not good. And the machine noise is really loud, and I'm like, oh God, I just spent like $3,000, and this sounds like crap. And then it registered to me that I didn't set, because, you know, a speaker's mono, right? This isn't a stereo signal. This is a mono signal that's split to two channels. So you're getting 2-channel mono, and that's why it'll come out both speakers. But I didn't go in and set that in Audition, right? So I was like, wow, that's weird. I wonder why it's coming out both speakers, because that shouldn't necessarily be the base preset. So I was digging around, I looked on a video, and I found an Audition where the hardware mapping is, and I go through and I scroll down and I look at what microphone it is, and it was using my webcam microphone, which is like sitting right here, so it's picking up all this fan noise and stuff, and I'm just like, Oh my God. So I wasn't even using the mic, not this mic. I got a Newman. And once I changed the mapping, it sounded awesome. And I haven't even started like doing my pre-filters and stuff. And I was just like, oh my God, I am an idiot. I let out this just primal, because I've been trying for 3 days to get it to sound right. It was sounded like crap. I was like, my other recording sounded better than this. What the hell? Yep. It was mapping to my webcam. And these are lovely webcams, but you know what? Not really recording level. I know. No, I'm a jackass. Oh, be careful. Everybody be careful with the ha 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 ha. Spam bot does not like ha ha ha. LOL it and you'll be safe. You start ha ha haing it. Nightbot gets. No, Nightbot is a buzzkill, boy. It does not want you laughing. Just keep it at that LOL and you'll be safe. But I think, didn't Mike get booted last week because he was laughing? Oh my God. Absolute absurdity. Absolute absurdity. No one has asked me about visionary art. Yeah, I think it might get you for the repetition. What questions do you have about visionary art? I have my opinions on many visionary artists. I think a lot of visionary art's trying too hard. Um, I mean, to be fair, it's very, very difficult to represent what you experience in vision quest mode, you know? And I think there's a vocabulary that has been developed which is like, oh, these are the visionary art symbols, you know? Because, you know, at the end of the day, it's insanely difficult to really get across what you're going through in those hallucinogenic or transformative states. And as soon as I get my education platform up, I'm looking forward to experimenting with actually being able to get what I see out of my head. No, it's tricky because, you know, I mean, we've developed a visual you know, Alex Gray is a perfect example. I don't know if you all know who Alex Gray is. Hmm. And you know, visionary art. And Alex is awesome, don't get me wrong. I'm not talking smack about Alex. But what I think, you know, I've never seen anything like this. I've experienced things that are a similar feeling, but how you get across, you know, because like trying to get across the concept of, you know, is it one thing, is it another? You get these geometric planes that are transversing, and all of that's there. It's just, you know, these are visual shortcuts to and there's sort of pictographic descriptions of what you're feeling, but it's not what you're seeing necessarily. Like, you like, I've experienced something like this, but it's not seeing it. And I think Alex is trying to come up with pictographs that are representing not just the visuals that he's experiencing, but the elements of what that experience is feeling like as well. He's telling the story of what it feels like and a visual vocabulary that's reminiscent of what it is, And I know we all see different things, so that's where it comes into like this overlapping matrix is a very big part of it, where you get these overlapping matrices of color and geometry, but it's this moving, wavy sort of, I don't know how you accomplish it. I'm going to try. Most of his visionary experiences are on mushrooms or DMT. They're both tryptamines, so they have similar visual effects. DMT is, if you take monumental doses of mushrooms, you can get to a similar visual space. But they're different creatures. But they're both tryptamines, so their visuals are, like, at high doses of mushrooms, you can have DMT visuals. So he, in particular, discusses DMT a lot. He is a DMT traveler. And I think he gets it close. I think that he's telling the story of where he's going, but the visuals are so weird sometimes. I love the kind of 8-bit weirdness that I get. Sometimes it's just funny. You just sit there and laugh because it's just so damn weird. There's some real weirdness going on, let me tell you. Once again, not exactly sure if Pixologic is the best place to discuss that. If anybody has any questions, please feel free to ask. I see we have new people in, so I just want to keep that out there in case anybody has anything they really want to know. It's a really, really big show. Oh, my allergies. I had the worst allergies. Okay, I live in a place where there were dogs and cats and other cats and every kind of pollen you can name. But it's my favorite place in the world. I'm really interested. So there's next week that I'm doing the Form Labs presentation, and then week after that we're doing the ZBrush Master presentation. But I'm really interested to see if we, like, last week or last time was just a fluke, because for the critique session I ran out of time 2 weeks in a row where I had to quit. It gets to be 3 o'clock in the morning and my brain's kind of shutting down at that point. But I could not finish all of the critiques the last 2 weeks, the last 2 times. So it'll be interesting to see if that holds out. It's interesting. For a while there, I had a lot of trouble just getting anyone to participate. It's fascinating. Well, it's fascinating to me. I don't like that line from the top. Well, everyone's quiet tonight. It's always funny on quiet nights. People come and go a lot. I guess I'm not a very dynamic live streamer. I don't know. I don't know nothing about this streaming stuff. It confuses me greatly. That's a little better. Oh yeah, I miss almost all of America. I mean, it's even really late for West Coast streaming. Because at this point, you know, a lot of people are watching movies or getting dinner. It's not really, so I don't get, most of my viewership is overseas. Even though I get good hours of like rewatching, a lot of people rewatch my stuff, I guess. Also, I think just in general, people associate a little bit more with character stuff. Almost everyone else does characters of some sort or another, you know. I don't have much appeal with the fanboy market, I don't think. Fanboy and fangirl, don't want to be genderizing. Or maybe you guys just think this piece sucks almost as much as I do. Oh no, I'm still not sold over on this piece yet. I'm trying to accomplish sort of that mechanically sort of sci-fi-y sort of thing. A little more mechanical, a little less bio. I don't know. Hello, Christopher. Hello. You're in dark purple. I can't read your name. It's almost the same color as my background, so I can't see what that is. Is that Mikey's? Maybe. I can't see it. Oh, good. Hi, Mike. Yeah, who knows? Web appeal's a weird thing. Mikey's. Give it to Mikey's. He'll eat it. He eats anything. I like how they changed Mikey into a girl in the last set of videos. I was like, that's cute. Hoo-doo-doo. So hello newcomers. I see we have more people in. Remember, you feel free to ask any questions about anything, and I'd be more than happy to stop what I'm doing and kind of answer your questions. But I'm just working on a ring. Ma Dirty Blue. If you go to Pixologic Resource Center and you go to Matte Caps and then you go to Matte, it's the fourth from the bottom right here. It's called Ma Dirty Blue 1. Ma Dirty Blue 2 is a little too dark for me. This one has enough contrast where you can see, and it's a little bit, this is the most accurate by contrast material that I've found to work on, where the amount of contrast is realistic to the amount of detail that you'll pull out of it off that material. Yeah, of course. Of course. Yeah, it's for an Opal. Here, let me show you the Opal. I think it's this one, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, I am mistaken. This one? Nope. That one. I think that might be it. Slider subsoil 25.5.11. No, it's not that one. That's it. Hold on. It's not gonna let me scroll. So if that's, yeah, 25.5.11. It's that one. So that flaky, sparkly, flux capacitor looking, and that's the profile. Come on, you. That's the side of it. So it's pretty flat. And so kind of making a sci-fi looking sort of you know, a different mount. A little something different, right? So it'll fit in there. You know, you don't see much sci-fi with opals, even though I think we should see more. So that's kind of the buzz. Trying to give us a slightly different opal mounting. I know we're going to lose, I mean, you know, you can see we're actually hiding quite a bit of, we'll actually be hiding quite a bit of the stone, right? A lot of carriage there, a lot of carrot here, get rid, but I don't know, I think that it's kind of a unique setting for an opal, so give it a shot. I didn't scan it, I just did it by measurements and kind of estimating the side. We will scan it before we do it, because I'm going to use the scan as a cutter, obviously. But I'll probably cut along this line here, and then if I make a line something like, you know, like this, right, that gives me a place where I can split the model, and then kind of make this a cut line here. We can bring the cut line around there, and then I'll just need to find some place in here to create a cut line, and then that way, you know, my bezel, right, if I do something like that, then, you know, we can do an odd cut line and then just make the top snap down onto the top. I know, right? Exactly. I was like, that's rad. Did we figure out how to figure out? Oh yeah, oh I know exactly how to mount the opal. Cool. Well, it's not next weekend, it's the week, right? Yeah, the last Monday is the 29th. And then the 30th I do the master stream. So 23rd we do Forum Labs stream or webinar. Next Monday is critiques, and then the Tuesday after that is my master, you know, ZBrush master stuff, their master stream, and mine I'll do that. I'll do mine on the 30th. What is the best process for adding onto an object to a different axis while using symmetry? I'm not exactly sure what you mean. Like how to change the axis of symmetry? Is that what you're asking? So I mean, you know that you can change your symmetry axis here. Is that what you're talking about? Oh yeah, you often have to shave off. That's what's really nice about the Kitco plugin. So I can get metal price, and so if this ring in, you know, 18 karat is $1,800, you then can go back in and shave it and hit your money point here, right? So let's say I needed this to be, you know, $1,500. Well, first of all, we'd take this. Let's duplicate it real quick. Let's bring it up here. Is that the one? Yeah. New folder. Let's cut the stone out of it real fast. Start. Subtract. Let's lower the resolution here. We don't need it that high. Delete higher, delete lower. Boolean folder. Oh, I have transparency turned on. Does not Boolean with transparency. Boolean folder. What do I have wrong here? Oh, you have to turn it on. Delete. I always love when I do stuff like this. Okay, boop. There we go. Boolean folder. So by just cutting out the metal for the stone from the Boolean, right? You can see that we've cut that out. Let's go to get metal price. Oh. Close holes. Get metal price. And you can see that we've cut, that was 2,000, right? We cut $600 of metal by just cutting that away, right? Because that wasn't cut, that's solid, right? So just cutting out the spot where we had where the stone will go, we just cut $600 or almost $600 out of it, metal price in platinum, right? I don't remember what it was in gold. I don't remember what we were at. It's OG1 Kenobi. She's my only hope. But you can see that that was 2,000. So it's an easy way to keep track or keep on top of what they are. And it also gives you your weights, right? So, you know, that is 32.49 grams in 18 karat, where it's 37 grams in 22 karat, and it's 26 grams in platinum, right? I'm sorry, 42.38 grams in platinum. So, you know, it's giving you your volume and your weight. So it's a super helpful tool. You can always ask a question. Making something else connected at a way different angle. Well, I mean, other than using Gizmo, like, so let me just get an insert mesh tool here and see if this is what you're talking about. We crashed. I'm very much like Spider-Man, but it's just because I look really good in tight spandex suits, not really. Spandex hero suits are definitely a privilege, not a right. Boop. Right. Sculpt your way out of your problems. That's my solution to everything. Sculpt. ZBrush Live. See, there you go. Tomorrow, you can see Nelson Tai. He's very good. He's very, very talented. 4 1 2 2 3 4 1 2 2 1 4 1 2. Okay, so that is the recovered file we're looking for. This is the file you're looking for. Yeah, the get metal prices is good. I have the little algorithms for resin cost, and I'm trying to get them to add base resin costs so you can, I have it as like an Excel worksheet where you type in the volume and it'll give you the weight for each of the resins. Come on, you can do it. We don't need no stinking save. This isn't that big, is it? I have no answers. Well, I render to show like on Instagram and stuff, but I will almost never render for a client. I find that, there are those handful of clients that I gotta see it rendering, but I really, 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 really try to never show a client a rendering. I'm weird in that. But I find that a couple of things. One, if you show a rendering to someone, they're much less inclined to give you their real opinion or change things. I find that giving people beautiful renderings in the design... Why is this taking so long? This model is not that big. Hold on. I don't know. No, go away. Let's try that again. It crashed on that model, so there might be something weird with it. Come on, you. Wait for program to respond. You can do it. There you go. Let's just take the ZTL. That shouldn't cause too much grief. All right. So I find that if you, hold on, let's go to Instagram real quick and I'll show you what I'm talking about. Right, so let's just take these. So I did these renderings for Instagram, right? So if I'm showing this to a client, they look finished, right? So a client is much less inclined to go, well, can you make these rectangles half the size? Can I get one more of these little rounds? Oh, I really like this, but can you change that? Most clients, this is a bully pulpit, right? I present this to you and it looks done. And now a lot of clients don't have the cojones to change something when it's at this point. So I tend to show people the models in blue, right? Because if we sit down and I open this model and go, okay, well, here's your basic model. They're like, obviously it's not finished. Obviously it's in process. And the third point is, if you show them a rendering, the piece will never look like the actual piece. Hold on. Do we have a rendering for that ring? I know we do. sec. Okay. Oh, come on. That's really weird. Okay, well, I don't know why that is the rendering here. Okay, so I can show you this, right? And obviously this is a work in progress. It's fine. You know, you can see everything. And I can show you a quick rendering, right? So that's the rendering. Okay. Now, here's the issue. That's a rendering of this model. That is the model. Or that's the ring, right? And no matter what I do to that rendering, it will never look like this ring. And this ring hasn't been sulfured yet, so you don't get it's a little shinier than the other. So it's a little, even more not this ring. But you can see no matter how I take a picture of this, this does not look like that rendering, right? Look at how metallic the titanium is, right? You get this nice sort of weird blacky, mopey titanium where in the rendering, right? I mean, it's black. And so, you know, this gives you an idea of what the part's going to look like. But if you're completely sold on this and you love it, and you love this rendering, right? You're like, yes, that is what I want my ring to look like. That is it. That is what I want this ring to look like. And you get that, you know, you could be really pissed off. And it's, you know, the ring may look actually 100 times better than the rendering, right? You know, but that's not what that rendering looks like. Well, first of all, a piece of Sleeping Beauty turquoise that size would be multiple thousands of dollars, and that's only like a $500 piece of turquoise. But you know, and you have to go to a special collector who collects Sleeping Beauty to even pretend to find a piece of Sleeping Beauty that big. So this pale baby blue is called Sleeping Beauty turquoise, and the Sleeping Beauty mine is really mined out of big chunks. So now you can't find pieces that big. And if this person saw this and they're like, well, wait a minute, how come I can't have, you know, that? Well, that piece of turquoise doesn't exist, but that's the only turquoise I had to render with. So I threw it out there. I mean, like, you know, that's kind of another turquoise, but that doesn't look like anything. I mean, that's, you don't get that 3D pattern on that. This was supposed to be white buffalo turquoise, and trying to find white buffalo turquoise is almost as bad as finding, you know, Sleeping Beauty. But those are the materials I had, so I made them that way, right? And you know, this sort of tomato soup coral, that's really hard to find too. But you know, you have to be incredibly careful what you render. You can't just make the rendering look as good as you want it to and then have it be a real representation of what you can give that client. So I do these renderings for Instagram, right? But I would almost never show a client something like that. It just becomes a nightmare, because no matter what, whether it's good, better, or worse than the actual piece, it's not what the actual piece is going to look like. And I've run into problems with people going, well, that being very disappointed. And often they won't say it for a while. you know, people come back 2 or 3 months later and be like, you know, I kind of wish. And you're just like, well, you know, you kind of have to tell me that, you know, before you wear it for 3 months. But so that's why I'm kind of anti-rendering for client. I think that it's a dangerous thing to do, because you're setting expectations that you're not going to be able to deliver. And that doesn't mean, oh, I can't make it look better than the rendering. I can't make it look like the rendering. And if they're buying off on a rendering, you damn well better make it look like that. Now, if it's just silver and a diamond or something, but even then, it's not the same. And yeah, it's tricky. I think I think rendering's awesome. I think it's amazing. I wish I could do it better, you know, but I don't know, even if I could do it better, that I'd use it as a selling tool. Well, thank you. Exactly. Thank you. I mean, those are pretty standard key shot. I don't, I have a few silver textures that I've made. And then I have two of Nacho's materials, Nacho Resco. I have two of his silvers. The golds are very hard to do. Gold's a very hard thing to render and look right, you know. So, I mean, like every once in a while, I'll render something to discuss something with him, but we will always go back to the blue before. I won't have anyone make approvals off of renderings. I just think that's real dangerous. This is exactly what I'll show a client. In Ma Dirty Blue, we'll look at it, you know, and that's about it. I just think I've had a lot of success with not showing renderings. And I explain it to people, you know, and I'm like, okay, look, you know, if you really want to see a rendering, I'll just drop it into, key shot in front of them, and we'll do a fast render. And, you know, I might give them that, but I won't, you know, if they see you do the changes, it's a little bit different, because then they realize that it's this process. But if you just give them renderings and go, okay, so what about this model, this model, this model? None of your models are going to look like that. So I've just seen people be very disappointed and not know how to say that they're very disappointed. And, you know, you wind up with clients who are like, oh, you know, and let me tell you, if your client is not, I mean, excited enough to talk about what you made them to everyone they know, you failed, right? I mean, and you failed in a dangerous way, because if they're not saying this is the greatest thing I've ever had, they're going to be saying other things. And jewelry sales is word of mouth. I mean, where you make your money is clients, and then repeat clients. Because if you're trying to make new sales every time, you're doomed. I mean, that's not how jewelry works. Most jewelers survive on like 5 to 20 clients. When I say, I'm talking about small shop jewelers. I mean, you know, if you're someone who has enough money to be able to dump a lot of money into advertising, then who cares? Because the monkey buys what it's told to buy. And, you know, if you can afford to put, you know, $150 million into advertising, you're going to sell a lot of stuff, because you're going to get in front of a lot of people. But most independent jewelers make their money off of 15, 20 people who are repeat clients. And honestly, in all reality, it's probably like 8 clients, you know. There's a mud dirty blue. I hope there's a mud dirty blue. That would make me very happy. No, I got this off of Pixologic. This is made by Michelangelo Hernandez. Where is Pixologic? So if you go to Pixologic Resource Center, if you go to matte caps, go to matte, and it's right here. It's Ma Dirty Blue 1. And that's where you get it. Oh, no, 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 no. I will always give credit to Mr. Hernandez. He is the one who made it. And he's a very good guy. You got to respect the people that make stuff. I was just informed that have any of you seen a show called White Lines on Netflix? They have a guy who is wearing a knockoff of my sugar skull. I'm going to have to contact them and say, hey, if you want a copy of the actual sugar skull, just ask me and I'll gladly send you one. But please don't advertise people who are stealing my designs. As soon as I get my next paycheck, I'm going to copyright it. I didn't realize that, but it is something I need to do. And then I can just go to them and say, look, here's the copyright for the ring. Just stop. It's getting old. I swear to God, more people have stolen that design than anything. It's ridiculous. Hold on. Oh, he must have stopped the screens. But the guy's like showing it. I'm just like, you bastards. No, it's not green metallic. It is Ma Dirty Blue. Not green. It's blue. Oh, yeah. The joys of having your work stolen. It's such an exciting thing to track down all the time. And it's not like you can... Once China and Thailand start knocking it off, you have no hopes of controlling it. But when it's on a national TV show, I'm more than willing to send them a little letter saying, hey, of course. So we will have to keep track of my copyright clause with White Lines at Netflix. I love how it's impossible to get a hold of people. Like, no one has contact numbers anymore. It's always just this, send us an email and we'll talk to you if we desire to. It's like, Very true. I do it. Fair enough. I have definitely adopted the material. Well, it's funny. I spent a lot of time trying to figure out what material is best for printing, right? And this material one I can look at 18 hours a day. There's also a gray that works pretty well. That's the same sort of tonal values. But I can't look at gray 18 hours a day, 7 days a week. That just, I needed some color. And so Michelangelo, I went through all those matte materials and looked at them and printed and realized that the Mod Dirty Blue gives me the most realistic representation of what will show up in print. Did you send it in Dropbox? Is that where you sent it to? Or did you Gmail it me? Or did you email it to me? Say, did you send it to me Gmail or did you send it to Dropbox? Well, you said you sent it. Where did you send it? Did you send it to Dropbox? I mean, I can get it from there. I just need to know where to look. So what's your question? Your rendering's nice. You're really selling that kind of heat, iron heat. I mean, they look great. I mean, however you did it, they look great. Were they a pain in the butt? I mean, I think you kind of killed it. I don't know why you... I mean, you know, honestly, the easiest way is down here under helix or spiral and just base it off that first. That's how I would do it. Because, you know, you can change... if you come down under in here, as you can see, there's spiral 3D and then there's helix 3D. This is what he's talking about. So like in helix, right, you have this, and you can go down here under initialize, and there are all these different things. So you can change the profile, you can change the thickness and the radius and the offset and the twist. You can, so if you come here, you can see that's a straight profile, and you can see how I'm changing the profile of the shape differently. And then you come down here to thickness, and you can change, see right now it's flat, but see how we can change it to where it gets thin. So it's spiraling out. You then come down, you can change the radius. So you can make it, you know, whatever this line silhouette is what your silhouette here is going to be. And then turn that, close, offset. You know, you can change how the offset works. Oops. Reset. Right. You can change your division levels. Coverage is just that. It changes how much your spiral is, so you can kind of get it like to there, you know, if you know that you're doing a horn, right? And then you can just take W and get this back to, oops. Right, you can get it to where it is what you want. And you can do it there with your settings, but so that's what he's asking about. Honestly, I mean, those are the easiest ways of doing it, and I think what you hit looks really good, so I don't know why you would want to do it. Is there a reason you want to do it differently than the spiral or such? Otherwise, I would just go to spiral here. No, go to spiral here. That's why I don't like these, is because it's old geometry, so it doesn't work with this stuff. But W, spiral, or ring, and you know, you can get a little bit of offset. You can get your taper, and you know, then you can just come in here and skew. You know, and you can get that sort of going, except, and then I would just take move, change that to 0.7, and just mask that off. Just kind of tap that to where you want it to be, tap that to where you want it to be, you know, and just futz with it that way. I mean, that's another way of doing it. No, I mean, it looks great. I don't know. You know, I mean, I think you got really good. I mean, the model looks good, so yeah. I mean, was there a particular reason that you wanted to do it differently? For everyone out there, if you have any questions, feel free to ask away. I'm here to help you guys. I'm just working, oh, that is not what I wanted to do. I'm just working on this model. So, of course. But if anyone has any questions, I'll gladly stop what I'm doing and answer them. Just for you. You know what? You need to delete that. We're going to throw that up there. We're going to take you, we're going to duplicate you. We're going to take you and we are going to undo. When you have something that's kind of working and you're about to change it dramatically, duplicate. We're going to save it right there. Now we'll come down here and work on this one. Now, I have rebooted since I changed my brushes, I see. Oh man, come on, you. That's not good. So how are we doing this evening, everyone? Is everyone doing good? Everyone's kind of coming out of their COVID isolations. Yeah, I'd be happy to. I would be happy to. It's pretty simple, actually. You know, you just have to make sure your model is watertight, and I'll show you how to do that. And yeah, depending on your breaking, or if you're breaking it up, and or if you're just man, I'm already having a hard time talking. It's weird. No clue. I don't know. I have no idea what I was about to say. I got distracted, and that was that. Prepping for printing. I mean, the real issue is getting a watertight model, and there are a few things you can do about it. And I would be happy to go over that one day. Oh my God. Goodness gracious. I got up early this morning to have a meeting, and if y'all haven't noticed me lagging a little, please understand this is not my normal working pacing. I'm the next. Good God, I can't even. Yeah, come on. Hello. Oh.
We have this left over. Would you like it with some chips? It's like a
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate it.
enjoy.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye. They're having some sort of gathering in the thing, and she keeps giving me their leftovers, and I tried to say no earlier, and she wasn't having it. I think Mexican grandmothers and Armenian grandmothers are very similar, where there is nothing you can say or do that is going to get you out of taking whatever they plan to give you. There's just no saying no. Well, I am that. I will go along with unique. I will say that I thought a few more people have been dealing with my sort of high Sculpting, high res, and just keep your subdivision things. But I've watched all of the ZBrush Master presentations, in all of them, not one of them works in high resolution and then goes back to low. And you know, they're like, oh well, I'm doing this and this is a problem here, so we have to do that. And I'm like, if you just had your subdivision levels, that wouldn't be a problem. But no one listens to me. Bavaria. Me peoples are from Bavaria. Subdivisions are just the most powerful tool you have. And everyone gets rid of them, and everyone just goes to Dynamesh, and they'll sculpt in a low res Dynamesh, and then they'll go to a higher res Dynamesh. It's like, I don't get it. But we all have workflows. I mean, it's just, I just think my workflow solves so many issues that so many people have. I don't understand. My pipeline's bigger than yours. Oh, I mean, quad models and remesh by union works great. You know, I mean, I always want to, I will very rarely work just in Dynamesh anymore. I mean, there are times when you're doing things that, like if I know that I'm going to be really aggressive with my mesh and I'm going to do stuff where I'm going to change my mesh regularly, where, you do something really destructive and then you swipe it and you re-Dynamesh. It's perfect for that. But, I mean, I just have so much control over my geometry. And like when you're going into printing and stuff, you want your geometry to be nice and clean. And I don't know. I think that I would argue that I have a whole lot of mesh control that a lot of people don't. But I'm also willing to, do something and remesh it. And a lot of people don't want to take that time. They're like, that seems so wasteful. Why are you doing that? It's like, well, because I can control my mesh. I don't know. But watching the ZBrush Master stuff off of every single one of them, like, that's a good one. Just that handful of little tips are great. Because I forget stuff. It's like they put stuff in the beta and, you're playing with it really focused. And then when you get back out of the beta and you just come to working, you just go right back to your workflow, because usually, because I'm teaching and stuff, when the betas are going, you can't use the beta, publicly, obviously. So I'm always going back and forth between the beta and the normal usually, and it's like they hit me every year the last few years, right when I'm teaching or starting a class. They start me working on the beta. I'm like, oh. Oh, it'll be so nice when I have my education thing up and running, because then when I'm playing with the beta, I can start organizing videos for the release. And then I won't forget them because we'll have little videos of them. It'll be so nice. All right. Yeah, mine's on my master presentation is on the 30th, so the last day of this month. And we are going to be going over sort of a few of my work tricks. And then I'm going to show everyone, I'm working on a line with a friend of mine, Edward. He's a fashion designer. And I've been working on his line for about 6 months. And a lot of people don't understand what it takes to develop a line of jewelry. I mean, a lot of jewelers don't understand what it takes to develop a line of jewelry. It's not just, especially when you're working with someone else, like, because he's a successful fashion designer, you know. I mean, he's been going for about, I think it's 6 or 7 years, and like Forbes wrote about him, and you know, he's a fairly accomplished fashion designer. And I mean, you know, he's in a lot of really nice boutiques, and I guess he was working with one of my students, and she couldn't do what he wanted her, you know. Technically, she just wasn't doing what well, I can do. And she was like, well, you know, you should contact Tomas and see if he has free time to do it. And I did. And but I think I have what was it, 98 days of 10-hour days into it over the last 6 months. You know, I think it's 98. Yeah, it's a little over 3 months. So 98 days of 10 hours a day, 7 days a week for 98 days. But we've been doing it 6 months, so that's, you know, it's not constant. Like the last couple months, we haven't done anything because the fashion district in LA has been shut down, so he hasn't been able to get his samples done, and we need to concentrate on the fixtures first, like the buttons and the buckles and that kind of stuff, so the clothing can get going, and all that's been shut down. So we've been a little slow on moving forward, but yeah, it's coming along. And so I'll present that because I think it'll be interesting. You know, most people are just going to show their work things, and I think that getting a little business and what to expect from projects would be kind of different and interesting. Not yet. If the client doesn't use it, then yeah, of course you can. If the client uses it, then well, I can always ask. Probably, you can probably do that. We can probably work that out. Even though you're a very accomplished modeler. I mean, you make nice stuff. You thousands of hours. That's how you do it. There's really no big secret. It's you put in a lot of time. You make a lot of crappy models. I still make a lot of crappy models. It's just diligence. It's just working. You know, everybody thinks that's one thing that annoys me about the YouTube generation, is that, like, you know, you watch 5 YouTube channel videos and now you're a master at what you do, and it's just like, you know, I have ridiculous amount of hours in because I'm OCD and I sit and work. And I think it was a year or two ago we counted up my quick saves. So I save every half hour, and that's how I bill people. You know, I count my quick saves, and you know, that's exactly how much time I've taken on the model. And you know, if you save every half hour, you know, when you open up Lightbox, you can easily just go, okay, well, you know, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yeah, that's 7 hours, right? So it's an easy way of tracking your time. And then, but we added it up, and it was like 88,000 minutes, which came out to basically, of the 5 years that ZBrush had quick save in it, 3 of those years was me sitting in a chair quick saving. So how do you get good at ZBrush? Sculpt, right? Just keep sculpting. That's the answer. I mean, you obviously have some talent. You know, your models look good. So it's just working. You know, there are no big secrets. It's literally just don't stop sculpting. And, you know, I think that taking some basic design classes can't hurt, right? You know, because if you understand form, shape, you know, the rule of thirds, you know, I mean, how Fibonacci sets work, like, you'll get better. Can you save so much on that save? What do you mean? I have it set for autosave. It saves every 30 minutes. I mean, I have to move my quick saves, right? Because it only allows for 1,000. It's really funny. I was talking to Paul the other day, and he said the only reason we kicked that up to 1,000 was because of you. I don't know if anyone else on the planet literally saves every quick save. I have 109. I might have a few more. I have 109 terabytes of files. So I have a lot of 10 terabyte drives that I just keep filling up and moving on. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I mean, preferences, you can set your quick saves. Oh, I have these set at 45 minutes because when I'm streaming, like none of this stuff is important, so I don't have to keep to my 30-minute thing. And when I'm streaming, I find it's easier not to sit and wait for my stream so much. But see, maximum quick save files 1,000. And then I just take them and drag them to another drive. Well, I save it to quick save, and then I have an external at home. I have an external drive that I quick save to. You can change where your quick saves go by coming in here. No. By folder. If you go to, see, like here at quick saves, and you know, I just drag them to different folders, and then I break them out. See there, quick saves, right? And so I just take them off here and drop them into this folder. This is an external drive. But if you want to change where your quick saves, if you go into this PC, go to Windows, go to Users, go to Public Documents, go to Data, and then go to Quick Saves. if you look at your no, is it UI state? One second. Oh, quick save path. There it is. If you go here and see this, see how it says D quick saves? So that's saving to an external drive quick saves, right? So in your quick save path, you can save it to any other drive. But remember, you still need to pull out your models before you get to 1,000 models. And yeah, I have folders that I have to pull that out of. So, yeah, I know. I think I might be the only person in the world that actually uses my max quick saves to 1,000. I know. I usually, now that they've given me 1,000 instead, it used to be 100. Now that they've given me 1,000 quick saves, I tend to have to, well, when it's on your C drive, you're going to have to pull them off your C drive before that, I think. But yes, I have folders, like I have to pull it out of my quick save folder before 1,000, because I mean, I have thousands of quick saves. So yeah. Well, it's just, oh, I'm going to say it's just easier for me. It's just easier for me to take the whole thing, drag it, drop it into a folder, and then sort through it later. Because, you know, if I have 2 or 3 projects running at the same time, trying to get the stuff organized is a pain in the butt. You know what? Actually, while we are talking, let me do this. Let me hide that. I'm going to bring this over here. I'm going to go here. And I'm going to go be right back. And I'm going to run the restroom real quick. These pills still make me pee a lot. I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. Alrighty. Hi. Sorry about that. I drink a lot of water. Boop. All right. So once again, if anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. Right now, I'm just playing with this shape, trying to get a, I don't know. Not real. I think we're just going to go back to this. I'm a little underwhelmed with that. It's not working. Well, it depends on what industry you're trying to work in. If you're working for someone else, if you plan to be an independent artist, if you're going to start your own line, that's a tricky question. So much of it is getting out there and getting known. I've been around a long time. I was the first person to get a piece of jewelry out of ZBrush and into manufacturing, and so I've been doing this a long time. And so within the jewelry industry, I'm pretty well known for what I do, because everyone was using Matrix, which is a program that is it sits on top of Rhino. It's the largest, most expensive convoluted plugin ever. And then I sort of switched to ZBrush, and there was no one using it, and everyone's like, it's not accurate, it's not this, it's not that. And well, yeah, it is. Sorry, guys. So much of being able to demand money is perceived value. And so you have to kind of get your name out there and get known in some ways. There are a lot of people who obviously get game industry or something like that. I would assume it's the same. The thing is, surround yourself with people who are doing what you want to do. And that's the easiest way to get into anything, is because people hire people they know, end of story. Because even if, so there was my friend Jerry, he worked with us in the film industry, and no matter what, I would hire him. And Jerry's a DJ. He's a very talented DJ. But he was willing to do every crap job that none of the kind of, oh, I'm a sculptor, I don't want to sculpt rocks. Oh, I'm a sculptor, I don't want to sculpt. I want to sculpt the hero piece. I want to sculpt the hero piece. And so, I would hire Jerry every time I got a job, because I could depend that Jerry would get what I wanted him to do done. I don't need the greatest sculptor in the world on a crew all the time. I need someone who's going to do the job that we have in front of us, right? So in that case, I would hire people I knew. And, once I had a crew, you look at someone's portfolio and they look great or something like that. Or if someone I know tells me that this person is great, then you hire new people in. But people are always going to hire the people they know. And it's not nepotism. It's, well, I know what they do, and when I'm building a crew, I have to make sure that if I only have 6 people on that crew, I have to know that I know what they can accomplish, because when I'm doing budgets and when I'm doing time estimations and I'm putting in, I'm talking to the art director and putting that in, then, knowing what your crew can do or will do is invaluable. In the jewelry industry, it's a little different, but it's still the same issue. It's like you're going to hire people are going to be able to accomplish the things you want them to accomplish. So the most important part of working is that people know what you can do, ZBrush. I've never opened Blender. I don't know anything about Blender. It's funny, a lot of people have started using Blender. Blender's a little too much like a CAD program for me. I can never get it to do what I want it to do. I've tried it a few times and I'm like, okay, well, sadly, I'm a little slow. Me trying to learn 5 different programs. Well, this program does everything I need it to for the most part, so I'm not really out there hunting for a new program. I'm not talking bad about Blender. A lot of people love Blender. I mean, I think that the average starting artist pricing in jewelry is like $35 to $60 an hour. I would never work for that, but I think yeah, that's not worth it to me. I have a day rate. I do an $1,800 day rate. And that's whether I work 8 minutes on it or if I work 23.59 hours on it. But I mean, I'm pretty fast, so it's not a big, I can't make money doing it by the hour anymore. I mean, if I do something and, I do it in like an hour to 2 hours, and that's $120. No, it's not going to happen. It's not worth my time, of my system regiments. I don't even know what a system regimen is. I mean, I don't know. Can you? This one is it's the one sec. It is Wacom Pro Engine. Wacom Pro Engine. It just kind of plugs into the back of the Wacom of the Cintiq. 32. So I have this one. What is it? It's an Intel Xeon. It has a Quadro video card in it. Oh, 32 gigs of RAM. I was wrong. Sorry. 32 gigs of RAM. Yeah, so that's the specs on this one. Mine at home is an Origin PC. It's old, but it has 96 gigs of RAM, and it has dual 18 core processors, so I have 32 cores running. I think I don't know what they're Xeon chips, I think, but they're like what, i7s or something. I mean, they're like 6 years old now, so I'm not exactly sure what they were. Is that what you meant by my computer configuration? Yeah, I do $1,800 a day. But you also got to remember, I'm not working like for months and months, right? I'm doing, that's like day work. Like I did a thing for this company, and they asked my day rate, and they were like, "Oh, well, I really, I can't afford that." And it was 11 different items, and I got them all done by the next day. Well, I asked, well, what's your budget? And he's like, well, I have $2,700. I was like, okay, I'll do the 11 charms for $2,700. And and so I took the job at about 5:30 in the evening, and before their meetings on the East Coast, I had the 11 charms done. And I mean, there were changes, but I had them done in the morning. He's like, wow, I really should have taken your $1,800 deal, shouldn't I? I was like, well, I'm just saying. What does that even mean? Unlimited cleaning and setting the most. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, like I said, it comes down to most of the time, like when I'm dealing with projects, I'm just like, okay, what can you afford? And if it adds up to what I want it, because you say $1,800 a day, people freak out. Even when, if I'm doing it at $1,800 a day, I'm going to sit down, I'm going to get it done. And I can get most things done in a day or two. It's not, I have my system down where I can work pretty efficiently. Not like anyone would ever know that in my my streams, because I never know what I'm doing. So it's not quick. I'm never really out here working, if that makes any sense. And it's also safer for people not to visualize how quick you work, because then they want miracles. Never, ever show people. If you work fast, don't show people that you work fast. Just bill them. Don't float your checks where, you're like, oh, well, I know I can do this in 8 hours. I'm going to bill them 40 hours for it. If they're wankers, fine. But, if you work quickly, don't let people work at home. Because the second people know that you're fast, oh my God, they just want everything done now. And it's just a crap way to work. It's horrible. Because the second people know you're competent at what you do, they're going to want everything and fast. And it's just like, nah. Yeah, if you actually wanted me to work like at your studio or something, you'd have to pay me a fortune. I like working at home. I like, I'm old and crotchety. I don't want you looking over my shoulder and trying to change things every 5 minutes. It's like, no, we'll have a meeting and you can change things, and then I'll give you another change, and then I'm going to start charging you for changes. Where if you're actually in the studio, every time they walk by, they're like, oh, can we change that? Can we change that? And you never get paid for revisions if you're working at their place. I like getting paid for revisions because it makes me crazy when someone, oh, well, try it this way. Well, maybe we should try it that way. Oh, wait, can we try it this way? It's like, no, get a job. Oh, feasibly. Yeah, I leave those lines. I'm not into smooth stuff. If anyone's seen my stuff, I leave texture lines all over everything. So one thing about the jewelry industry I hate is everything has to be hyper polished, and I like texture. Who cares about over polishing crap? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Especially when everyone else is slow as dirt, and then you kick stuff out, and then all of a sudden they expect that work difference. Nah, I'll do it at home. I'll give you an idea. If I work 10 minutes on it that day and I'll turn it in the next morning, I won't lie to someone, I won't misrepresent what I'm doing, but I'm sure as hell not going to give you a lot of free information. Yeah, no. Actually, hold on. Do I have the model? So my ZBrush master presentation, I'm presenting this line of jewelry that I've been doing with someone. And hold on, I think I might have a prelim of the model. Where are you at? Wait, no, hold on. Smiley. Is it the other model? No, I see. I know I just saw it. I thought I just saw it earlier today. Oh, here we go. Let's quick save this. Yeah, just give you an idea. And I think this is probably less than half of, and I'm not even showing super rough iterations. I'm showing concrete ideas that we've then shifted. So this line, we went from French Gothic to sort of that Navajo silver from the 60s that a lot of the bikers picked up, to that biker silver Navajo stuff. And now we're at biker silver Navajo stuff with smiley faces and mushrooms. So the line has changed dramatically. Hold on. Come on. This is a big file. But it's an interesting breakout because I don't think people understand what it takes to generate lines of jewelry, especially when you're working with someone else. Because, when I'm working on a line, I don't. Sometimes you'll take it and set it apart, and you will work on something else. But I know what I'm heading for in some way. But when you're working with someone else, like he found a really cool faded denim, so he went from the Gothic to sort of 60s biker silver, and because that denim, he was like, oh, I'm going to change how I'm building the jeans, and that's great. It's no problem to change. It's just it takes time, and it's never, oh, I make one piece and then that's good. Once again, especially when you're working with someone else, because come on, it's a big model, obviously. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, it's when you work for someone, it's I'm very lucky because okay, well, this is some of it. Come on. So this is, come on, Chugalug. So that's literally maybe a quarter of the iterations and stuff. So obviously the line got very big. But, you know, links, and I have a bunch of different links, and I have different iterations of these. And then we have, I think this is 8, but I have 24 different versions of these that we picked 8 from, you know. So especially when you're working with someone else, a lot of the time it's you make 10 things and you pick 2, you know. And like this is funny, we changed from, you know, French Gothic Napoleon rings to the rings that I showed earlier, the turquoise stuff. So we went from stuff like things like this, right? Little Napoleon bust, right? Napoleon's little symbol, you know, rose window patterns. So we went from this to this, you know. And so it's a big change, you know. It's a dramatic change. And like these, like we actually found some beautiful royal jade or imperial jade. So these are going to have imperial jade in them. You know, it just changes. Things change, you know. And so that's what the master, and obviously some techniques, you know. Little Napoleon rings, they're so funny. There's your wax seal ring, right? Get your little Napoleon stamp in there. All right, delete all. Boop. Get out of here. Took that long for me to show you that, right? Well, this company does, yeah. In fact, it's, you know, it's designed by T.S. Wittelsbach. So, yeah. If the company doesn't give me credit, usually what I'll do is I charge them anywhere between 10 and 20 times the retail cost of the part, right? I won't work by the hour for something like that. I want 10 to 20 times retail. And, you know, that can get up into the hundreds of thousands very quickly. You know, if I'm designing a line and you plan to make money off of my work and claim my work for years, I mean, like William Henry, my name's not on William Henry, and I got screwed by William Henry, but you know, they've been selling the same jewelry for they try to make new jewelry, but they've been selling, you know, my stuff for 7 or 8 years. So if you're selling that much of my work, I want at least 10-20% of cost. So yeah, no, Edward Marveau, the company Marveau, Edward he's very legit. He's a nice guy, you know, and he's not trying to screw anyone, which is nice, you know, because, well, I can't even say most people are trying to, well, no, most people are trying to screw you, but even people who are your friends, you know, they just don't. The problem is this, is that when someone else is not working, right, when you're doing the work, you know, they process that you're doing the work, but they don't process cost or time or thought, you know, where they then start to work and they can work 10 hours and now, oh my God, they're doing all the work. And, you know, especially when you're doing sweat equity with a company and, you know, the breakdown is you do the work and then they pay for manufacturing and that. Well, the second they have to do their job, all you get is whining and crying and yabbering, and it's no one respects the work that you do. If you expect people to respect the work you do, charge them for it. Otherwise, they do not respect it. No one respects anything that's free. They may talk a game, but they don't and won't. And when I say respect, they may be like, oh yeah, you're the greatest, blah, blah, blah. I love you, I love you, I love you. And it's like, well, when are we going to make money? And they're like, well, I'm the one doing all the work. So that's what I mean by respect. Yeah, it's funny. We added up the hours for the Mervot stuff just to kind of show, what you're actually putting into these projects. And I even put myself down as working for $70 an hour. And I'll tell you, I will not work for $70 an hour. But at $70 an hour, I've put $68,000 worth of work into that line of jewelry. I'd say, okay, I might cut you a break. I'll do it for $150 an hour. Well, you've just doubled that to $120,000, And I believe that we can make $120,000 off that line easily. But, he has a set up business. He has outlets that are going to sell his stuff. And, a lot of these people who you try to do stuff with, they think they can do that side of it and they can't. And so now, you're sitting around and they're doing all the work. Yeah. Sweat equity is a tricky game. But I mean, it's a good way to get ownership in something if the other person can actually do their job and sell stuff, If you ever do sweat equity, just make sure that the people you're working with actually can sell stuff, not just think they can sell stuff. I love when you're doing sweat equity with someone and they're supposed to sell, but when all of a sudden the money in the company is going to buy them classes to learn how to sell stuff, you're like, wait a minute. What? Wait a minute. No. How is that okay? Well, they're the ones doing all the work now. No, it's silly. And it's the monkey. The monkey only respects what it's doing. It does not understand. I mean, we are actually very primitive, primal creatures who only value our costs. What did it cost me to get that done? Not what did it cost to get that done. And people, it's not that they're evil. They don't care. It's not. People don't care. Especially when it comes to money. Especially when it comes to money. Nope. No concerns. Yeah, after this line, I don't think I'll do sweat equity with anyone again. I mean, unless, Edward, I know, can sell stuff. I mean, he has connections to the boutiques. His fashion line is well received, and that's one thing. But, yeah. Not again with friends, unless, of course, I know for a fact that they understand the business, because I'll tell you, brutal. So anyone, if you have any questions about anything, not just what I'm working on at the moment, feel free to ask, and I'm more than willing to take the time to answer whatever questions you have about anything to do with ZBrush. Remember, I'm a manufacturer. I'm not a game or film person, so if you want help making UVs and stuff like that, I'm probably not the person you want to answer. But I'm more than willing to stop and try to figure it out. One night, someone asked a UV question. We actually solved the problem. But it's not my forte. I come from a different métier. I don't have a favorite. I like so many things for so many. See, that's the thing about jewelry, unlike other things, is that, you know, jewelry winds up being signposts in people's lives as opposed to just, oh, that's a good model, you know. And that's what I found actually quite surprisingly edifying about making product that people buy, you know, where they're buying it because they associate with it in some way. And it's a fascinating thing when you start talking to your clients and you're like, well, why'd you buy this? You know, what is it that you saw in this? And it's interesting when what you make are signposts in people's lives. You know, they bought it because, oh, it reminded them of their ex-girlfriend, or, oh, you know, we did this trip and we saw galactic stuff, and then we decided we wanted, you know, skull rings to memorialize that, or, you know, whatever it is. But jewelry is a personal thing, you know. It's because you're not just picking something. Like if you're buying, I buy a lot of collectible toys. I like toys, and I buy art, and but that's for me, you know. That's in my room, or, you know, it's in my house. So jewelry is different. Jewelry, you're not only buying something for yourself, but it becomes a signpost to other people. You're labeling yourself as well, and it's not just a, you know, it doesn't become, well, unless you're exorbitantly wealthy and you're investing in stones. That's a different story altogether. You know, there's reasons that people buy, you know, $11 million blue diamonds, and it's not because it's in a beautiful piece of jewelry. It's because it's an $11 million blue diamond. Exactly. You know, I mean, and see, tattoos are similar in this. Tattoos in visible places are similar because people will do all kinds of tattoos where they know they won't be seen. But when you put a tattoo on your body that people will see, you know, it becomes a signpost. It's a label. You are labeling yourself with an image of some sort or another. And so that's why people buy jewelry. Like I said, there are money investors. That's not why they're buying it. Most people buy jewelry that reason. So it's a little different than, you know, my, like, you know, I make a bunch of stuff that I'll never show people. It's just me exploring and playing, and it's not really for viewership. So it's a little different. And so asking, you know, what do I like the most? I could never answer that question. I don't think, I mean, for someone who, you know, I make way too much stuff to have favorite. I mean, you know, what's my favorite this week? Well, it could be one thing or another, but it's probably because I just got through working on it or something like that, you know. But who knows? I mean, I've got almost, well, what? I got 78, 88, 90, 2018. You know, I have, you know, 40 years of sculpting. I'll never be able to pick a favorite. 40 years, you know. There's some little alien sculpts I did in 79 that are very adorable. I'm serious, they were really cute. No, I've been selling sculptures since 79. Well, 78, 79, something like that. So I have 40 years of sculpting. I don't know if I could even pretend to pick a favorite, because some of the stuff is just awesome for its time. Hi S7, how you doing? Are you talking about for rendering? Sampa's teeth. Actually, Sampa's going to get them remade. He had trouble with the dentist, and in the next, I think 3 weeks. Is it 3 weeks? Something like that. We're going to redo his teeth. Those are funny. They're pretty good. You have to do multiple passes on the renders. And you have to, basically you have to light it for the metal, and then you light it for the stone, and then you just composite the two together. It depends on what renderer you're using. I mean, is it V-Ray? V-Ray used to have maps, so you didn't have to worry about that, because basically it was just putting pictures of that stone into the place holder, into the placeholder of the stone, where KeyShot actually tries to mimic the reality of the stone. So yeah, it just comes down to rendering in passes. No, that was 40 years ago, man. No. I forgot. Not Duplo. Oh man, someone even told me. So there's an Italian wax clay. It's just cheap clay for kids, except it was a plastiline, and it came in a bunch of color. Well, no, it came in a card, and it was like little bars, and it was white, black, red, yellow, blue, green, and brown. And it was a card. Pongo. Was it Pongo? Hold on. Let me see. It might be Pongo. Yep. It's Pongo. That's what it is. So you got the stuff. Hold on, let's go to the images. Do they come in cards anymore? No. So you would get it in these long rectangles, like they were about that long and about that tall, maybe a centimeter thick. And the thing about it was that it was great because it never dried out, right? It's a plasticine. And so I would take this, and our neighbor had a bunch of kids. And so I got baby food jars, and I'd unscrew the cap, and then I'd do my little guy or little vignette or whatever it was. And then I'd make a little hat, and I'd put it on the cap. And then I'd fill the cap up with water and close it, and I'd make like little snow globes. Some of those were awesome. Yeah, I made like TIE fighters and X-Wing fighters, and I made all kinds of goofy crap. But one alien came out. Like, Star Wars was okay. I loved Darth Vader. But Luke was always a whiny turd to me. I mean, to the last movie, Luke's a whiny turd. He's a quitter. He's a jerk. But I could roll with Darth Vader. Chewbacca was badass. I always wanted a R-rated Star Wars where Chewbacca just goes in and like tears people's arms off and beats people with them. I was really wanting to see that. But when Alien came out, I don't know, as a kid, Alien, it was all about Alien. Forget Star Wars, man. It was real. It was like, oh, Uncle Luke and Aunt Peru, I want to go to the Starfleet Academy. Nope, you gotta harvest corn, douchebag. I don't want to harvest corn. I liked two guys fighting about their union contract. Well, why the hell did they wake us up? I want my union bonus. See, that's sci-fi at its finest. And in Aliens, man, you couldn't do anything. You were not as good as the alien. It was going to get you. My Alien is almost a perfect movie. My only problem with Alien was Jones. I don't care. I don't care about the cat. Sorry. And I know there are cat lovers who are like, no, Tomas, that's real. I'm like, okay. All I know is I have just set a timer to set a ship that's going to have a nuclear explosion. You know what I'm never going back for? I'd be like, oh, damn, the cat. Oh, well. No, I'm not going back for the cat. So, no, it was a 40-year-old plasticine alien guy. Oh, God, they were great. And I'd sit out. We had like this in Reston. They had this like Saturday or week, like a weekend market on the lake. And I had my little booth. And in 1979, I think I was bringing in like $150 a weekend, $200 a weekend. And for, a 9-10-year-old kid in the 70s, I was raking it in. That was some, my mom was like, damn, you just need to set it. I wish we had these more than like twice a month or whatever. It was really funny. My mom was like, I cannot believe you're making more money than I am. Okay. But see, a dog, you don't have to put a dog in a cage. It's going to follow you. Right? You're like, hey, stupid, follow me. The dog's going to be like, hell yeah. My team's going that way. Hey, Jones, come here. The cat's like, fuck you. I'm going to go over here and get you killed because I'm meandering around where aliens are. I'm just saying. I'm not going to be a cat person, in the Nostromo. It's funny. I'm house sitting for my friends, and they have a cat that they've had forever, Seahawk. And that cat's awesome. Cat's great. But you know what? When the aliens show up, that cat's going to run and protect itself. It is not going to follow you anywhere. And it's an awesome cat. Still not following you. Seahawk, even though it is quite humorous, like when they're living over in Tonasket, when they come across the mountains and they stop at the rest stop, they let Seahawk out, and Seahawk will go to the bathroom, and they're like, hey, Seahawk, we're leaving, and Seahawk will come back. So Seahawk might follow. 2% chance Seahawk will follow you out of the Nostromo. Any other cat in the world? No, not going to happen. That cat's going to see that alien and bail. If you have a good dog, your dog will even bark at an alien. No. Jones, if I were Sigourney, Jonesy would be well, he wouldn't have been in the second movie, let's put it that way. Like I said, don't get on my back about being a cat hater. I'm just saying that's my only problem with Alien, is that there's not a chance in hell, not one, that I would go back for that damn cat. That's asinine. But he's your best friend. No. My best friend is already in the damn shuttle warming it up. Sorry, Jones. You're toast. Didn't make the cut, buddy. Nah, I mean, if Jones followed me out, great. But Jones didn't follow her out. No. See, now if you have a gun-trained wolfhound, that sucker will follow you out. It'll bark at the alien. It'll get all up in it. Tabby, not so much. I see we have a few new people coming in. Hi, guys. I'm just working on some jewelry, but if anyone has any ZBrush questions that I can answer, I would be more than happy to stop what I'm doing and kind of demo or show you or help you out wherever you are. I'm kind of here to answer your questions, honestly, more than I am here to work on my own stuff. But I was told to try, well, not told. When we were discussing it, I said I hadn't started a piece from ground zero and taken it the finish on the stream in a long time, so we said let's try that. So that's what we're doing. I'm just sitting here working on a piece of jewelry. But if you have any questions, feel free to ask, and I would be more than happy to stop what I'm doing and answer any questions. Or if you have any questions about what I'm doing, I'll answer that too. What I'm doing is kind of failing miserably right now. This just doesn't have the geometry I need to pull this off. So I am just going to go back to here, and then I will do this later when I add more geometry here. Yes, that is what I'll do. No questions? Wow, tonight's a quiet night. People are not very chatty tonight. I pretty much have a good idea of what's going to show or not. I mean, just drag it out. You know, I would say, you know, drag it to its actual size and see what's going to show. But you got to remember, if you put really tiny detail stuff and stuff, people look at it. I mean, hold on, let's go back to Instagram. You know, like, you can see that has, you know, that has some pretty small detail in it, and it retains it, you know. Where are you? Come on. You can do it. Okay, so it is after this. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you look at this, you can see like these little edges right here. Those are just brush strokes, you know, so that's showing up pretty well. You know, hold on, let's go to ArtStation. If we go back to here to give you an idea. So these beads are 8 millimeters, right? So these are about 10, 11 mil wide by about 14 tall. And you can see that, you know, a lot of the detail shows up, right? It just depends on how good your caster is and how much they're willing to sort out for, you know, how they're going to polish it, right? Because you can see that's what I put into the model. And That's what showed up in the model. So it's pretty damn close if you have a good caster, right? What's another one that has some really tiny detail that shows? These were okay. I don't have good pictures. It's a blurry picture. But this has a lot of detail. It's a crappy piece. I didn't give any place for the eye to rest, so it's a little muddy and bleh. But, I mean, they sell okay. Hold on, I really need to populate this. I have a bunch of stuff that I haven't put on ArtStation. I'm a lazy slob. I mean, you can see that, you know, you can get some very finesseful, very subtle surfacing, right? Hashing, and you can see that this has sort of almost a bark texture going this way. You know, you see that fade out. You can get very subtle surface detail. And I mean, as you can see, it got most of it. You can see there's a little end there, right, where it ends there. It's a little soft because it's been polished, but you can see you get all these little linear details here and little nails, right? You know, if you look, it's mostly there, right? You know, that little ridge right there got polished off. But you can keep your detail if you have a good caster, for sure. Well, did you beat it? Well, I mean, you know, it depends on what, you know, if you're printing at, you know, 50 microns, or your milling tips are, you know, like, what was it, like 0.08 as a 0.003, you know, your detail is going to be what your output can be, right? So, yeah. Wow. That was crazy. I guess I asked the wrong question. I told people they weren't chatty and they all left. We just lost like 23 people. I suck at this game. First of all, that is way too much. Hello, I see people coming in. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. I will stop what I'm doing and answer your questions. If you have any questions about what I'm doing, feel free to ask there too. Why, thank you. Well, I use SK Trim Polish a lot. One of Sakura Kaku's brushes. So normally, like, I'll, you know, let's just come in here and let's sculpt an edge, right? So you can see that I just kind of creep up on my edges, right? I'll sculpt one direction, sculpt the other direction. And then SK Trim Polish, it is one of the few brushes that doesn't aggress an edge. It almost pulls too. So as I take the trim, SK Trim, and just slide it here, you can see that it's kind of giving, I'm just pushing until I'm getting the curve I want. You notice how it's not rolling over the edge, it's just kind of pushing it to where you get it, and then you come back the other direction and push it. And so that's the nice thing about the SK Trim Polish, is that it doesn't aggress the edge. A lot of the other things will roll over the edge, and you'll get dents and gurples and lumps and sugar blurples. And you see that trim sort of retains those edges. So the real secret of getting sharp edges is using the SK trim polish brush. Once I get it to here, if I want to move my edge around a little bit, right? Not a lot. If I want to move it around a little bit, I'll use pinch, but you have to be careful. We're not doing this. Hold on, let me turn this on. Right, I'm not just getting in there and just jamming it. And you see how it's pulling everything to the edge there? I mean, this works if you don't ever want to touch this edge again. And you can see how it drug that line all the way over. What I'll normally do... my allergies, it's killing me. Okay. Normally what I'll do is I'll get it smaller. I'll make my pinch smaller. And instead of just getting down and hammering it, I do light touches and I just kind of tap it. Because remember, all these are pressure sensitive, right? So you don't have to just, ham fist it in. You can just kind of tap your edges and get it there. And you can see that, it's a really quick way of getting your edges clear. You still wind up sort of with, when you're using pinch, you wind up, instead of like an edge, you're winding up kind of doing that to the edge, right? You're getting that pinch height. That's where, come right back over it with SK trim and trim polish. And it makes it a cleaner edge, right? You see how that becomes a sharper edge. It's not that weird pinch. So that's sort of the way I'll try to get crisp, sharp edges. Did that help? Do you have Sakake's brushes? Yeah, Sakake's brushes are awesome. He's like one of my favorite people in the world. He's so great. He's just super talented and super nice and just kind and shares information and just, he's a very grateful, gracious individual. I think maybe that's what we're missing in society, is gratefulness. I think everyone just expects everything as opposed to being grateful for what they get. And I don't know if you ask anyone, hey, how's it going, my brother? Having fun yet? Oh, I have no problems explaining to girls if I'm allergic to perfume. It's like, yo, I'm dying over here, man. Very good. Dum, dum, dum. I don't know, Tony. Sci-fi opals. Oh, well, that's a bonus, right? There's so many of them in the world. And they all live in our country. Well, a lot of them live in our country. Why are you in trouble? Because Tony showed up? He's not that bad. Hello, kind and gentle folk. I see some more people have come in. If anyone has any questions they'd like answered, I'm more than willing to help you figure out your issues, as long as they have nothing to do with UVs or preparing models for games. I have no idea how to do any of that. Here, so look at, where'd the stone go? One sec, we're saving. Did I delete it? I have a hard time believing that. Oh no, there. Oh my God, come on. Are you kidding me? Stop. Open. Frame. Oh. What else is there? Oh. There we go. So that's the shape of it. And I kind of want it sitting back and in it, you know, because everybody does, you know. I thought, hey, let's try something new. But here, hold on, I'll show you the stone. Where did Dropbox go? I think it's this one. Nope. This one? Yeah. It's pretty when he moves it. Hold on, let's see. This is from Earth Fire Opals. He has some sexy damn opals. One thing. Is that it? That actually might be it. He has a really good eye with rough, man. He pulls them. He just got a. He was in the class. Fire. Look, that's pretty. That's a good one. I like that one a lot. You can't ask me any help. I have no idea about UVs, my brother. Aren't they nice? I mean, he finds good opals. And they're all lightning ridge stuff. He's down there. And he just buys rough and polishes it up. He got a really adorable little store. So it's that stone right there. Right? But I think that'd look pretty cool, sort of back in. Yeah, he did actually, and he sold it. Hold on, let's go to his thing. Boom. Search. Earthfire. Yeah. Well, I guess, see, he's made a few of them. But that was the first one. Isn't it? Gosh. That's a pretty opal. He really has some lovely stones. But I guess he's cut a few other cabs for it. Oh, that's a different pattern. Yeah, look at him go. He has 5, 6 new pieces. Oh. That's nice. Yeah, so he's cranking them out. Whew. If that thing looked like that all the time, holy hell, that's gorgeous. I'm such an... Man, I just love opals. Look at this. Look at that thing. That round, flaky one. Holy Hannah. Yeah, he gets some very good raw. He has a good eye for rough. Because you got to think he's cabbing all this. He's getting it. You know, he's not. There you go. I mean, that's. Where is it on the sticks? Oops. Sorry, we got opal porn going on here. He's good at taking pictures of opals. Opals are hard to take pictures of, for those of you who don't know. And for those of you who don't know, these are some really damn pretty opals. And that's cool. Sexy. And he has the most adorable shop in the world. He just found it. It's gorgeous. It's like a 200-year-old building. It's really cool. That's neat. Look at that. That's beautiful. God, I love opals. I wish I could afford opals. Opals are so expensive. Good opals are so expensive. Right? I mean, something different. Well, I mean, if you're doing a round diamond, you're going to do it with an ideal cut because that gives you the best reflectivity. I don't know. I think that probably the best thing to do is go to a diamond dealer and just look and find one you like, and then model to your stone. That's going to be the easiest thing for you. How deep is your stone? Is that what the question is? Well, this one, hold on, let's go back to this. It's pretty deep, actually. I think this is it. You know, it's got quite a bit of depth in the matrix before you get to, or in the stone before you hit the matrix. This is actually a pretty stone. Right. But this one's awesome because it's clear. It's pretty damn active. I was making a pendant for that one. That one's pretty. these were just some of the stones he set aside and said, here, let's make some, you know, some pieces. Wait a minute. I'm like, that is not. Where's the ring? That is. Okay. Okay, Seed. I mean, I'll look at it. Is everyone out of the house? Or is everyone asleep? What time is it? 11? Is everyone asleep? Yeah. What in the hell? So what's the first video that we're going to make for the test videos? Pick a subject, any subject. Because I'm going to have a little bit of time. Teresa asked me to do, I guess she's doing a woman jewelers of Portland thing. And she asked me if I would do a phoenix for her, like a phoenix pendant. So I have that to do. And I have some Sampa stuff, but I think that I'm going to try to make the first video here in the next couple days. That's not good. What do you in that damn game? That's what it is, isn't it? You played 42 hours of free game. Okay. Where did you send the link here? Where did you send the link? Good night, Specky. I see how you are. Tony, did I lose you? Okay. Are you thinking? Said, where did you send the link? You confuse me sometimes, my friend. Oh, okay. You didn't spend 48 hours on the game? So what you're telling me is you're an underachiever gamer. Quitter. Okay, goodbye for real. Have a good night, morning, whatever it is. Working in lay. Oh yeah. I should make my layers video. Good call. See. That's why we keep you around. That's funny. Bastards. Oh, just came in. Well, yeah, I mean, that's a map of a diamond, but I mean, I don't understand what you're asking. I mean, like in V-Ray, they use image maps like this and they apply it. In Keyshot and other programs, they actually analyze the metal, analyze the angles, and they try to do it. So, I mean, you don't take like a map like this and just apply it to a model, unless you're in Tony, doesn't V-Ray do that? Doesn't it just take maps like this and apply them as opposed to actually trying to light the stone? Yeah. So if you have V-Ray, you just take a diamond map and it'll apply it to the stone, right? So you don't have to worry about lighting these because it's not actually doing, reflective indexes and what's the word I'm looking for? The density. That's a bad day. It's a bad brain day. But so like Keyshot is actually trying. You're asking how to make a diamond? Well, you just download a diamond model. You don't want to try to figure out cutting a diamond. I mean, if you have Stone Lab, isn't that what it's called? You just download a diamond because Ideal Cut, what is it, 72, 75 faces? I mean, you just come in here and you go Tools and you go to Jewelry Tools and then you go to Gem Stuff and then you go to Stone Sizes and you go, there you go. That's how you get a diamond. You open the tool. I mean, I can send you a diamond if you'd like. You're not going to figure that out. One sec. Actually, I think there should already be a link. 1 second, let me find it. Where's my scroll button? Okay. Round stones by size. Is it 58? Why do I think it's 70? Because I'm a dork. There you go. That should give you the round stones by size. There you go. That is how you make a diamond. You download it. I need that. We go here. All right. Yeah, there's a wonderful program. What was it called? Pro Cut Studio Stone. I have it on my other computer. I don't have it on this one. And that actually gives you your... So if you go to stone cutting, there are these wonderful sheets. Stone cutting... what's it called? Is it a cutting sheet? Facet sheet. No. Faceting diagrams. There you go. So if you go to faceting diagrams, see these things right here? They're dials on stone cutting machines. And this tells you what dial to use. And you cut at each of these angle steps. And these are the formulas for cutting stones. And there's a program. You see what I mean? Like, it allows you to cut fancy cut stones, and these are all the steps that it takes to cut that stone on a faceting machine. Yeah. Did you just see that thing blow up? That was crazy. And so a faceting machine looks like this, and up here it has these little wheels that you put on, and you rotate them, and then you facet at that angle. So if you want to learn how to facet, you can, but you don't. Just download the damn thing. Trust me. Tony, did you see this? Watch this. Look at this thing. I'm just going to just say no. I'd pop myself in the face. Hey, Bikoko. I'm just sculpting this. No, I'm not sculpting this. I was answering a question about diamonds. Okay, that's fine. I'm making this ring for an opal. And I'm just fiddle-faddling around. And then answering questions. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Yep, that's exactly what I do. I make jewelry sculpting. and toys and other stuff. But yeah, I make all kinds of stuff sculpting. If anyone has any questions, feel free to ask. I'd be more than happy to stop what I'm doing and answer them. Why, thank you. This is kind of weird. I've been futzing with it for the last stream. I said I'd take something from beginning to end, so this is what I'm doing. He said he wanted kind of a science fiction-y sort of techno mount, so kind of doing sci-fi mount for boop. For nope. Do these things move around? How is it that I am always... Yeah, that's the opal. So think of that in there. Well, ask questions away. I'm more than willing to take time and answer them. That's really why I'm here. I tend to run my stream here more as a Q&A, sort of help people out, than you guys having to sit here and watch me sculpt. Now, if you're asking about gaming and stuff, like how to do UVs and things like that's not really. I'm a manufacturer, so I make things that come out of ZBrush and into parts, you know, or my stuff actually is designed to come out of ZBrush and into the real world, not into games or videos and stuff. So like a lot of that UVing stuff, I don't do it, so I don't really have, not the best person to ask for it. If it's a problem you need now, though, I mean, we're more than willing to look at it and give it a shot. I mean, here, if you don't know what I do, I might as well show you. This is an odd thing to... So I do a lot of jewelry. Right? And then, hold on. Boop. Like rings and... But I also do like teapots and sake sets and snake rings and glasses and rings and, you know, like my friend 1000 Peter did the illustration, and then that's the model I did for it. You know, from this kind of stuff to tables and furniture and watches and yeah, all kinds of crap. There's the table. Right. I did. I just love liking my own stuff. It's kind of cheap. Stop it. So, yeah, I make all kinds of stuff. Teeth. Yes, I make teeth. I get to make them again. So, Tony, did you hear that Sampa's teeth, the other dentist who did his stuff, I guess it didn't work, and so he's now in teeth emergency again? This ding dong has paid like $40,000 to 5 different people. And yeah, it's not pleasant. So we're gonna redo his teeth again. I'm like, dude, there comes a point where you don't need metal teeth. Can you send me a picture of it? Or if you have a ZTL, you can send me the ZTL and we can look at it. Just so you know, if you're new to the stream, the last Monday of every month, I do critiques and people upload their models and we just kind of go over them and look at them and, you know, just talk about them and see, you know, where we can make them better or not. So I know, right? Here? You mean upload here? Yeah. Hold on. You can, if you have the ZTL, you can load it to http semicolon / ZBrush TSW. I think that's it. Yeah, that's it. So you can upload a file there and we can look at it if you want. Well, most people who are doing jewelry model. Wow, that was a horrible. Most people who are doing CAD design for jewelry use Rhino or Matrix, which is just the world's largest plugin for Rhino. So Rhino is a safe bet in the world. There are Rhino jobs out there. Then ZBrush? Not for me. ZBrush is how my mind works. I think that says something dramatic about how my mind works. I mean, I used Matrix for a few years, but as soon as I saw ZBrush, I was like, okay, that's the answer. And that was 16 years ago. And yeah, never really looked back. I was a physical sculptor before I started computers, and I mean, it's sculpting, you know, I mean, there's no, so for me, this is really much more intuitive because I was a physical sculptor for a long time before I ever discovered the computer. But I know a lot of people who think CAD's more intuitive for them. It's not how my brain works. I like sculpting my way out of problems. Stop it. Stop it. Cap locks instead of smooth. Or instead of shift. Oh, sit up. Yes, I guess you can sculpt your way into problems. That's true. I do that a lot as well. Oh no, Rhino's very popular. I mean, a lot of people really, really like it. I'm not talking about, I'm not talking smack about Rhino. It's just, I think that when it comes to designers, CAD kills creativity in a lot of ways. I think that when you can just push a button and get an answer, and I think it makes people expect things. The expectations of what you get from CAD are very different than your expectations of what you get out of ZBrush. And as a tool user, and what I mean, I was a physical sculptor for 30 years before, I was a physical sculptor for 26 years before I was introduced to ZBrush. Because ZBrush, I've been doing it 16 years. I've been sculpting since, I've been making money sculpting since 1979. I was a kid. But my sculptures sold really well, actually. And I mean, I made models in Matrix that I liked. I'm not, like I said, I'm not just dumping on CAD. I just think CAD, especially in the jewelry industry, I think CAD has really destroyed creativity. So Coco, did you send me a link, or are you going to send me a link to your image? I'm happy to look at it. That's what that link is for. Okay. Let's go take a look. Yes, you're right. The world needs more Halo rings. I'm sorry. I'm a bad influence. Because Harry Winston, needs more CAD modelers. Boop. 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 Someone. Files. File requests. Pixscript file upload. Actually, let's put these in viewed. Okay, no problem. I always forget to do that before crits, so not that today, never mind. Yeah, she's going to produce the Phoenix. I sent her the ones that she sent pictures of were pretty staid, you know, they were pretty. And so I sent her these. One second. I think it's on Lacey. So I sent her these. That's pretty much, you know, the traditional Chinese round. That one. I like that one the best, honestly, I think. But I whipped out, you know, just a bunch of different options. Okay, Stephanie. Yes, Teresa's going to produce it. How much money do you take for a commission? All of it. All of it. I take all the money. Completely depends. It depends on, like I'm doing this for free because it's for a benefit sort of thing. And she's going to produce it. And Teresa is a wonderful person. And so I will gladly do this for free. And she's always a good person to have in your corner. $1,800 a day. That's what I work on. So we can start there. So, Tony, did you see those? Or did I just... Stephanie Anubis. You're going to be that way, are you? Boop. Yeah, I agree. I like the shape of that one better as well. And if in the frame we do just a really subtle flame in the frame, I can take and just get a little point, and that'll point towards that open space. I think that's the answer. And that's the longest 20 seconds ever. Come on. You can do it. There we go. Tool. Downloads. And so what was the problem? I'm sorry, modeling ahead of a rock anubis. The crown was supposed to be more flat, but mine is fluffy. Are we talking about this is the crown, the headpiece here? Hold on. How many? All right. So first thing, let's just. Oh, is this all the crown? No, that's its face. That's the neck. All right. Ears. Let's just do this. There we go. All right. So when you say fluffy, I'm assuming you mean puffy? Like it's inflated? Is that the issue? How much? You only have 20,000. I tend to start sculpting in that 1 to 4 million poly range. All right, so let's look at it. Well, I think your first problem was you didn't have enough geometry to get clean corners, right? I use SK Trim Polish, which is one of Sakaki Karu's brushes. Whoa, that's turned up really high for some reason. Let's turn symmetry on. And so what the trim polish brush is going to do is it's going to run it over the center first, and it's going to give you, it's going to knock that puff out. Wow, what is going on there? Nothing interesting. That's weird. This brush usually doesn't bite like that. That's fascinating. If it's fascinating. So as you notice, as I'm going over, all right, one sec. I'm going to move this to the center of the world so I can use symmetry. Or is it Z symmetry? Oh, it's Z. Okay, never mind. So you can see already, just by going over this with the SK Trim brush, see how it's removed that puffiness, or a lot of the puffiness. So I think a lot of it is just getting your finishing tools sorted out, because you can see I can come in. Oh no, we got a sloppy hand today, so we'll just remove our capacity to be sloppy. Let's get back to here. SK Trim Polish. Go through the center first. And just try to knock some of that pillowiness out. Damn it. I'm like looking and that's not symmetrical. Let's do this symmetrically so it's not coming in. There we go. Nope. Well, okay, so we're not going to do it symmetrically because it's not symmetrical. Fair enough. Is it supposed to be symmetrical? That's the next question. All right, let's get that. Thank you. That's helpful. Yeah. Sakake's brushes are awesome, and he actually doesn't ask for any money. But if you download them, I would strongly suggest and ask you to at least leave a few bucks, because he spent a lot of time and energy making these brushes, and he's just incredibly generous and doesn't ask for any money for them. But be kind to Sakake, because he is one of the nicest, coolest, just most pleasant people you'll ever meet. And he's humble, and he's an absolute badass. He's a talented dude. Right. So you can see how just having the right brushes helps. And H smooth might be able to get you this way. You know, here, let's look at H polish. H polish is close. It does similar things. But H polish is a little more aggressive, and H polish will roll over corners. And that's what's nice about the SK trim polish, is that it won't roll over those corners nearly as much. And so now I would probably come in here and pinch. I would probably pinch these together a little more. And that kind of raises the edges, but it makes them look sharper and harder. As you pinch it in, you can see that it looks a little bit more like those two edges are going together. Right? And you see with the SK trim polish, I can come here from the side. And this is a pretty steep angle for a polish brush to be working. Right, normally it'll roll over that edge, but it does everything in its power not to roll over edges, which makes it a very good polishing tool. And then once again, just come back in here and let's just kind of get the puff off of these, right? What brush are you using to sculpt? All right, my brother, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Sleep well. Oh, do you want it to be symmetrical? Yeah. Well, you'll lose your... So this is what I would do. Okay. I would... Let's take this to a different model just so we have everything clear. Append our hood. Say, wait a second, I'm dealing with that. I'm not exactly sure. Daniel, where is the setting to decrease the mask pen opacity? Settings. Well, mask and all of that is actually just pressure sensitivity. So your Z intensity is going to give you a faster fill. One sec, delete. But I think most of the time where people are not getting full fills, so if you notice on my mask, right, my mask is really sharp. That's just because I have changed the focal shift. So if you hold down the space bar and then hit shift or hit control, you notice my focal shift is at a -100, where if you drag it all the way the other direction, it's very soft, right? So the opacity is literally just your pressure. You know, you can just stroke into your opacity. But if you want it hard, hold down spacebar, hit control, drag it to a -100, and that gives me the fill. Okay, so when you're doing pseudo hard surfaces, well, I sculpt with clay tubes for everything, and it gives you layers. So like if you were sculpting these, you don't get the pillowiness if you're using clay tubes. You can come in, and because it has a square alpha and it functions as a layer brush, you don't get the buildup. So you can really come in and dictate where your edges are, right? And as you notice, I'm stroking over this a few times, and because it's a square alpha, right, I can come in and kind of get these kind of close to where I'm wanting them, and you can see that I'm not getting that pillowy effect. So I always use clay tubes because when you're sculpting for printing, sculpting in layers is very important because you're actually dictating reflectivity. It's a whole thing. I have entire lectures on it, but you can see that from there, this becomes much easier to clean up because we're not trying to knock the pillowiness down, right? And we can kind of get this a little bit more hard-edged. Just stroking over it. And then, once again, I would still come in and pinch these edges together. It gives you a nicer like I said, it sort of brings the edges where they're on similar heights or similar places, I guess. And so if you want this to be symmetrical, I would duplicate it. I would Z-remesh it. And I would tend to Z-remesh it fairly low. Maybe 1. Let's see what that does. And then just turn symmetry on. So Z. And then when you Z-remesh, here, let's detect edges, Z-remesh. Let's hope we pick the right direction. I think this side's stronger, right? This side, I think, has a fuller shape. So let's hope that it takes this side. Sometimes you go through this and it picked the wrong shape, but I think it goes, no. Well, it's not a horrible shape. So right, so now we have it pretty low, so that way when we divide it back up, to sculpt, it has I'm just like No, I like the other side shape better. I was gonna say, yeah, let's deal with it, but nope, let's not deal with that. So it had, like, I think this shape's better. We went with that shape, so let's mirror and weld. No, escape. That's not what I wanted to do. Let's mirror. Really? Okay. Delete lower. Fine. Be like that. Mirror. Oop. You have to do it in the right direction. We want to mirror on the z-axis. There we go. Let's try that again. Z-remesh. Yeah, give me a second, Saeed. I'm dealing with this one, and then we'll go back and look at. Well, I mean, Saeed, you just have to have good alphas. I mean, that's the key, is your alphas actually have to have alpha information. And as soon as they have alpha information, you can have clean, clean alphas. But yeah, I think that's a well, it's broken. How is it broken? Okay. Allergy hell. Sorry, guys. So first of all, let's get this bottom line right. Well, it might go over the model, doesn't it? Okay, well, here. Get it to where we're kind of looking at that line. Clay tubes. Too strong. It's a little flat. We can either just move it or we could sculpt it, but let's just kind of punch that out, and then we're just going to fill that curve out a little. So now back to clay tubes. You can see I have a dent there, so I'm just going back and forth over it until I get a nice clean transitional line. And same thing here, we're just going to come in and fill it out. I can't remember how many plates you had. How many did you have? Okay. And you must make sound effects or you're not trying. So remember, make sound effects. You can see with clay tubes, because it has that sharp edge, you can kind of delineate when you're sculpting where your edges are, right? And it gives you just a little bit more control over that. And so now I got everything kind of blocked in where I want it. And you can see I didn't have to go in and draw lines, right? With your edges, you can get there pretty damn close. So now we get SK trim. Obviously, we're a little bulgy there. Come in and right, so now you have roughly your planes, and now you can come back in and kind of tune those up. I would tend to use SK Carve. It has a flatter bottom than a lot of the other what I call line tools like Damn Standard and all of that. But do you see what I mean? It doesn't have a V bottom, it has like a U bottom. So it actually is a good separator. Oops, that was a sloppy damn corner, Tomas. I don't know if you wanted those to be square, have little round edges, but you can see you come in and you can knock your round edges in, or you just come in. Get pinch back in there and just tapping those a little, make those like I said, it just kind of homogenizes your cuts. And you know, then when you get your base in, of course you can come back in and, you know, add frame shapes or details. And as you'll notice, I'm using clay tubes at a pretty low setting, because I like to creep up on my surfaces. I don't want to just hit it once and then it's right or wrong. This way I can come in and I can sort of tune what these things look like, right? You know, whatever your detail is. Mm-hmm. Right, so that gives you a much less puffy surface, and you can always come back in and flatten these out as you will. Right. Man, my allergies are just absolutely wigging out. Hello, Russian. So I think it's just getting used to some of the tools you need to. Like I said, Sakake's brushes are great. Download them. But, you know, H polish does very similar things as far as how it flattens. But with H polish, you can wind up with some, see like that? See how it'll bite in, right? And then you get, see how it'll go over that edge? Where SK trim polish, even when I press harder, do you see it doesn't it doesn't aggress the same way. And I just think this is the best edging tool there is, because it just allows you to really control where you're going. It's up here. So we'll put that down here again. And so if you look here, SK Pack 2021-1, that's the one you want to download. His line shaders are awesome too for non-photorealistic rendering. He's really tuned it out to where it works very well. Like I said, he doesn't ask for any money, but give him $1 or $2 because he's a badass. That's why. All right. I don't know. Did that help? You know, I think that just using the right brush is helpful, you know. Right. Just do. And it can really just tune quickly your surfaces, right? You can see how just by tapping it, just doing a quick run over helps a lot, because it just knocks out that puff. Yeah, of course. Anytime. And remember, the last Monday of every month is crit night. So if you have models that you want me to look at, we do it all night with students' models. Right on. All righty. So what are you talking about, Seed? When we convert an alpha brush to a 3D model with 2 mesh, it's broken. You know, it, like I said, it completely depends on how clean your alpha is. I mean, you can always run check mesh integrity and fix your mesh, you know, that way. Is that what you mean by broken? I'm not exactly sure what you mean by broken. So hello, kind and gentle folk. I see that there are more people. What happened? Well, you have 2 weeks. Bring it back in 2 weeks and we'll look at it then. I know I just... Oh, no, can't. No, cancel. Okay. I knew that I had sculpted more on it. Well, thank you, but that didn't answer the question. What do you mean by broken? Wow. I think I got bit by something. Maybe I'm not having allergies. Maybe I'm dying from a bug bite. Stranger things have happened. So if anyone has any questions, do not hesitate to ask. I will gladly stop what I'm doing to help you work something out. Remember that the last Monday of every month is critique night, so bring your models and we can look at them, go over them, look at some issues, and admire your handiwork, all kinds of stuff. All right. That's weird. When did that happen? It's definitely a bite. Ow. Well, it hurts. Hopefully my finger won't fall off. Bizarro. Whatever. Okay. What do you do? And everyone remember, sound effects are very important. I love it when I don't turn symmetry on. Well, what's crazy is they now have core. It doesn't have a lot of the stuff that makes ZBrush great, but it's super cheap. But they just came out with, hold on, Pixologic. I think they just came out with it. Hopefully I'm not talking out of my head here. ZBrush Core Mini. Boop. And ZBrush Core Mini is free. Well, let's watch the video because I don't know what it is either. Oh. I don't have my speaker on. Well, that's okay. We'll go through it. So you have... So it lets you save files. Hold on, let's see. Oh, it lets you save as... So you can save them as OBJs. That's nice. Yeah, so actually, if you look at ZBrush Core Mini, and this just came out. No, we don't need to watch the video of me. Okay, I'm still live. That was confusing when your own video comes up next, right? So if you go to Pixologic, you go to 3D software, you go to ZBrush Core Mini, you can download free ZBrush Core Mini, and at least that can get you sculpting and stuff. I don't know everything that it does or doesn't do. This just came out the other day, if I'm not mistaken. And then, you know, feasibly you can get used to it, play with it, you know, start sculpting, start creating stuff. And honestly, I would say that, you know, if you, the thing to remember is that they now have, no, go back, come on. They have, I'm so confused. Hold on. Come on. Get ZBrush. Remember that they have subscriptions. So, you know, you can get it by subscription. But remember, if you get the perpetual user, I mean, I've had it for 16 years and I've never paid for an upgrade. So anyone who says this is an expensive program, you know, tell them they're silly. I understand not being able to afford $900, but you can get the free version and at least learn and play and get going with it. And then, you can get, they did like when I used core, it didn't have some very specific things, but they added it back in, so you now can do some stuff that you couldn't do then. So core is cool. I mean, core is good to learn on, but try the mini first and see what that is, and then yeah, core, you can make objects and stuff in core without a doubt. But how I use ZBrush, it wouldn't do. I mean, I use some of the more advanced tools on every model, and so I don't think I could ever go back to core. But yeah, no, without a doubt. Yeah, exactly. It's a little different than ZBrush. Like core doesn't have Z modeler, right? You can't do any of the poly models, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I mean, download the free and play with it, because I know that they literally, I think they launched it Friday, if I'm not mistaken. Thursday or Friday, something like that. I'm curious about the feature where the image has the 3D file in it as well. So if you download the image of a sculpt, you can open it in Core Mini. Yeah, I don't, like I said, that's the first time I actually ever saw it. So I'll try to download it and look at it and see what it is. I'm not sure what. In using layer brush to sculpting, is there a way to have soft edges and not flat? With the layer brush? I don't. Well, I mean, once again, let's look. Layer. God damn. Stop it. Let's turn it up. So I think you just change your focal shift, if I'm not mistaken. Is that what you want? You just change your focal shift. When I use the layer tool, I tend to want sharp edges, so mine's always at negative. Right. So is that what you're asking? Okay. Oh, I know. Maya's obscene. Is the perpetual license only for ZBrush 2020? How it's with future versions? Well, no, that's the whole point. You buy it and there aren't, like I bought it in 2004 and I've never paid for an upgrade. So that's the whole point of the perpetual, is that you don't pay for upgrades, and that's forever. I mean, I think I bought ZBrush 2004 for $650, $670, something like that. And I've never paid another penny for ZBrush. I mean, perpetual license. Yeah, I don't know how they make money and stay in business. It's crazy. But it's awesome. No problem. Yeah, they always say they have the right. Because, I mean, let's face it, at the end of the day, like, my Matrix upgrades cost me, when I was using Matrix, like $1,500, like every year. My Moto upgrades, I think, were in the 800 and then jumped to 1,200. Should I even have to upgrade plugins, But no, not once. And, you know, as long as their company isn't sinking, I mean, I know that that's the ethos that they want to do. You know, I mean, having dealt with Ulfa and Jaime and the whole ZBrush crowd, their goal isn't necessarily to monetize us. It's really, he wants to make a great tool for artists. He wants to make artists have the freedom to create. And yeah, no, it's worth every penny. I mean, ZBrush changed my life. How it took me into the digital world. I mean, I would never have, it would never have occurred to me to ever switch to using a computer. I mean, I was a physical sculptor, and my friend Dave Krent showed me ZBrush, and I was like, that's the future. And I bought it, and yeah, it's now my future. I now teach ZBrush, and it's like I used to have to use Modo, and now with ZModeler, I don't use Modo or any other program. That's the only one I use. I mean, I use Keyshot now, because Keyshot's sort of a integrated part these days. Let's put it this way: you're not getting top shelf off of a blue model. But yeah, I mean, I can't imagine. I can't imagine living without it. And it's funny, I guess in the last upgrade, Blender sort of became a real program, or the last couple of upgrades, it sort of became something that a lot of people use. And it's free. But ain't no ZBrush. Oh, that is really weird. Yeah, wow. So, anyone have any questions? I'm more than willing to stop what I'm doing and answer them. What time is it? Not too late. Cover your mouths when you cough. I know mine are allergies, so. And it's my machine. I'm sharing my germs with myself, so I'm not too stressed about it, but be safe. Because if you all think this is over, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news. Yeah, there's really no answer for that. I mean, I've been selling sculpture since 1979, so that's a very broad spectrum question. I think that if I can get my rocking chair made in wood, that would put it up there. I think here's the rocking chair. Like if I could have that milled out of like oak or mahogany. There's a wood called beef wood. We'd have to panel it together. They don't make pieces that big. You know, you'd have to laminate it and then mill it. But beef wood has some really cool sort of steak red with these white veins in it. Oh, that in beef wood would be rad. So if I could get that milled in beef wood, that very well might be my favorite sculpture. Hold on, let's look at beef wood. Look at this stuff. Oh, it's so pretty. But they're thin trees. Look at that. Ah, it's so pretty. But see, they're not big trees. You know, I think even huge old ones are only like this big around, so it would have to be laminated. And it would the wood would cost tens of thousands of dollars. So needless to say, it's probably not going to be made in wow. Oh, that's Australian beef wood. The stuff from New Guinea. Oh, actually, those are some pretty big pieces. I wonder how much that cost. Oh, of course. See, Pinterest is the devil. I hate going through Pinterest. It never gives you like good. So let's see how a big slab of beef would cost. So each slab is $722. And these are not very big. Yep, tens of thousands of dollars it would cost to make them beef wood, sadly. Not getting my rocking chair in beef wood. This is why I'm all coffee. Ooh, look at that. Let's get it made in Coca-Cola. Not happening. That's 85 inches. Oh. Yeah, no. Sadly, I don't think it's going to get made in Coca-Cola either. I can always hope. That helps. Oh well. We don't need wood porn. But look at that. Oh, it's so pretty. I think that would be one of my faves, I think. Because it's so cool. Yeah, and you can never find, like, if you're actually looking for that client, half the time, we were really lucky we only had to go through one thing. Like, half the time you have to go through, like, 15 different, don't get me started on Pinterest. It doesn't give artists credit for work, you know, because 15 people can pin it, and then you see your picture show up somewhere, and it's like, who's showing my art? And it's why Pinterest. As an artist, Pinterest is the devil. I guess that's not exactly true. There are people who actually use Pinterest very well for themselves. I don't understand it. But then I don't need to continue to admit my failings at social media in public. I am a social media loser. But we have a new strategy. So within the next year, our social media strategy is changing. Yeah, that's my story. I'm sticking to it. Well, yeah, there are great images on Pinterest. The problem is sourcing. You know, I see my work everywhere, and it puts the name of the person who posted it on it, not my name. So there are thousands of pictures of my work out there that don't refer to me, and that's kind of garbage in my book. I don't know. As an artist, it's kind of poo. Oh yeah, no problem. Has DeviantArt been taken over by furries? That's funny. I have a DeviantArt page. I don't think I've opened it in years. Let's see. When's the last time I looked at my DeviantArt page? I don't want my goofy family. I want me. Interesting. Maybe it's been so long they closed my account? No, I'm not doing. Oh, okay, hold on. There we go. I don't care about the new DeviantArt. Where's me? Go to me. Yeah, I started to set it up and then I never got around to it. Yeah, I mean, I have 700 views. See, I don't have collections. I don't have anything. I started to set it up and I got distracted. So are you saying that if I put some furry models up here, I'd do really well? I can make furries. Hold on. Where? Do I really not have Tweet Evil here? Where? See, I could do furries. Oh, there it is. Hear evil, see evil, speak evil, tweet evil. I think it might be too late to start producing my tweet evil statue and make money off of it. Very sad. I missed the boat. I sculpted and never did anything with it. My life. I make things and just they sit around. I really need an agent who can take my work and just make it and sell it. Half the time I just sit around and make things and I forget about them. My business partner Tony's like, Tomas, didn't you make one of these? And I'm like, We look and yeah. Never do anything with it. Sadly, when something's done, in my mind it's done. I'm not gonna do anything, That's why I'm not the best businessman in the world. I've made a lot of other people very wealthy. Maybe. I have to think about that. I have to start making furry toys, huh? It's so funny. I loved, it was in the news a few months ago. I don't remember exactly when, but the guy snatched and grabbed someone's purse. I don't know what city it was, San Francisco, Seattle, LA, whatever. Someone snatched someone's purse, and a furry chased him down, hopped on his back. Like he got his ass kicked by a furry. That can't be good for your street cred, man. A purple fox jumped on my back and beat me down, yo. Uh-huh. How'd that work for you, buddy? Street cred, minus 300. Yeah, it was great because there were pictures of him standing on someone's back. It was like, I was crying, laughing. I was like, oh, dude, that's got to be humiliating. Big bad purse snatcher gets nailed by the purple fox. Yeah, that'll teach you. I have absolutely no clue. I don't know that there would be a top. I don't see why they would make a top. I mean, really, the top. God. I don't know if someone was wearing cologne in here or. Because just recently my eyes have just like blown up. Are you sure? Well, hold on. Let's do this. Pixologic software, ZBrush Core Mini. Free to download. How do you log in? I don't know that I've ever logged into the main page. Hold on. Let's go back and see if there's a place I can log in. I was just say we can just download it and look. Am I just like really being goofy here? Where do you log in? That's where you log in. Am I going to do something stupid and have to... I'm always good at putting my passwords into things while I'm streaming. I'm surprised that one hasn't like hunted me down and beaten me. They don't have jewelry on here? What have they done? Can I put Paul? User referral. I'm pretty sure that I've already signed up to the newsletter, but okay. I can't do this because if I go to my licenses, you're all going to be able to see my license number. So, okay, everybody turn their back. No. Next week. I've done that before, and I had to get new licenses. Yeah, no problem at all. Have a great one. And Monday, not next Monday, but the Monday after that, bring Anubis and let's look at it. Wow, you're good at that, Raytheon. That would have taken me a week. Oh, that's interesting. That's surprising. Hello, hello. Good. You better. I'm going to look for you. How we doing? I'm a god of nothing, my friend. I'm just a goofy sculptor. That's all I got, man. Goofy sculptor. But I got goofy sculptor down pretty darn well. The joys. Cool. Well, I mean, I would say no, buy as big a Cintiq as you can afford. But to be fair, I had a Mobile Studio Pro, which is a 16-inch screen, and I work on it when I was overseas. You know, I'd work on it for 6 months at a time. You get used to it. I think it's too small. I mean, I would buy one of the bigger ones just because, oh, it's so small. But especially if something with a lot of menus, you know. But sorry, talking about my mom's health. I need to. So, I mean, you can do it. It's doable. You'll get used to it. But, yeah, 16 inches is tiny. But 16 inches is a lot better than no Cintiq. And the new pros, they've, they're nice. I mean, it's a nice machine. And the other nice thing about the new pros compared to mine was that it's a higher resolution screen, so you can make everything smaller if you have good eyesight. Right, you know what I mean? Does that make sense? And because it's 4K or whatever, you can change the resolution of your screen and get, a bigger screen. Eat my laser. The last Monday of the month. So not next Monday, but the Monday after that, we'll do critiques. And that's a pretty consistent thing. Last Monday of the month is critique night. Even though this week or this month we had to do it the last Monday and the first Monday because I had so many people come in that I had to do it 2 weeks in a row. And I still didn't finish everyone the second week. I think there was one person that we didn't get to, which is crazy. I was like really blown away. I'm glad people are getting something out of them. Well, I'm assuming people are getting something out of them. They're busy, It always surprises me. I'm always just like, so you're all gaining something from this? I hope so. Yeah, no, the last Monday of every month. Where I've been doing that for at least probably five months, maybe even longer. I don't know. I can't keep track of anything. I have no clue. Oh my God. I am a silly person sometimes. That is not clay tubes. I'm like, what are you doing? That was clay buildup. Now I'm not actually itchy, but I feel like my allergies are going off, and so now I'm like, I'll like touch my face and like, it's really pleasant. I enjoy crits. At CalArts, we had a lot of crit classes, so it's good. I think because I took so many crit classes, had so many crit classes, that I think I have a pretty good eye for what's going on with somebody's model. Sometimes it takes a little bit. I remember it was probably December, it's been a while. Someone had this model that was sort of like an anchor, and it was done very well, but there was something that was like, it took me a little while to see it. And just as I was saying goodbye, like, oh yeah, it looks great, blah, blah. I was like, oh, there it is. And it was just how the piece was broken apart. It's funny, like, now that I teach a lot, well, I haven't been teaching a lot last year, but now teaching really makes you because I do critiques for my students all the time. And it's interesting. You have to learn how to look at things, I think some people have a hard time being critical. Because there's nothing wrong with being critical. In fact, I think to be good, you have to be critical. But nowadays, critical, it's a dirty word. Oh, why are you so critical? It's because, well, because I look at things, sorry. It's so funny. I've been house sitting my friend's house. So my friend's mother moved into their house. And so they asked me to house sit over the winter so she wasn't alone, and I could get wood and crap like that. And Lee's super funny. But she's like, oh my God, Tomas, you are so critical. She's like, because we watch, like, I don't watch TV because it gives me ulcers. But, you're living with someone, you want to try to be social. So I go down and watch a little TV with her. And I'm always like, oh, he has a big forehead, or, her left eye is bigger than her right eye, or, he stands crooked, and she's like, what? She's like, how do you even see that? What do you do? It's like, that's all I do. I look at things and analyze them. I don't know. I do it for everything. And she's so funny because now after, a few months, well, it's been like 8 months, or something like that. I don't know. It's been a while. Now I've got her doing it. She's like, huh, her face is big on the left side. I'm like, score. Got you looking, man. Well, my mom's family is pretty big. I haven't really dealt with my dad's family in decades. We had issues. But I mean, I don't know. I like have a I have a good relationship with my mom's family. It's positive, it's nothing negative. I'm really myopic, so I get into working and I don't think about anyone. Like when I went to college, and then I started working in Hollywood, and I don't think I saw my mom for like 5 years. I mean, we call and talk, and it's not that I have any negative thing about her. It's just when they had free time, it was like over the holidays, and that's when we were shooting all the big summer films, so I never had the holidays off. And I'd always be like, well, I'm going to, Tahiti. I'm more than willing to fly you guys there, come. And they were always like, well, no, we can't. So, I didn't see my mom that much for a long time, but no, I mean, like when I see my relatives, we love each other. There's nothing like, I have absolutely no negative feelings in any way, shape, or form about my family. I'm a weird person. I really just kind of think about work. I don't, or my work, I don't socialize much. I have a group of friends who make me go and do stuff. Like, Tomas, you're going, and we're going to go to the bar, or we're going to go do something. And if someone comes over to my house and says, hey, Tomas, we're going to go do this, I'll do it. It's not like I'm like a massively antisocial person, but that's never the first thing on my mind. I mean, I will very, very rarely go, hey, let's go do something. I'm kind of task oriented, and since people aren't really my task, I'm not like, if I'm thinking about it, I can be a very considerate person, but if you're out of sight, you're out of mind. I mean, I don't, yeah, I'm a little Aspergery that way. I'm not, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, actually finishing stuff is really discipline. I guess after a while, I know when I'm reworking to rework as opposed to reworking because it needs to be tuned. I don't know if that makes sense. I think you'll pick it up. It's purely, well, I think some of it's confidence. I think some of it is experience. Some of it is, just learning when things are done, Like, I can sit and fiddle faddle forever. I mean, I am a fiddle faddler. Stop it. Okay. My cat Plex wouldn't turn off. I think my poor keyboard has taken a bit of a beating. I think when you start to know your work, right, there comes a point when it's done. I mean, I'm not trying to trivialize it. Gosh, speaking has been very difficult for me tonight. But when I'll revisit the sugar skull ring, right? I made that in 2005, and I still rework it. Something comes up, or I look at it and I see something, I'll redo it. But when we released it, sorry guys, yawny and itchy. I've not been very comfortable tonight. And like I said, I'm not trying to trivialize it, but it really does come down to having the confidence to stop and knowing your designs well enough to know when good enough is good enough. No, it can be tricky, without a doubt. But yeah, I mean, there's no golden rule to it or anything. It's really just intuition, and just when you're ready to stop. I mean, there are things that, like, I worked on for months and I just couldn't get them right. Just couldn't get it right, and I leave it. Let's put it this way. I know when I'm wasting time. You know what I mean? And so I'll ditch the job, and then, I'll find the model, 2-3 years later, And you look, you're looking at it with new eyes now, and either you get to the point where you're like, oh well, I could never finish it, I could never find that thing because it sucks, and you throw it away. Or you look at it with new eyes and you're like, oh well, wait a minute, all I had to do was this. Sometimes a little distance helps you. So if you're really needling around on something, walking away from it for a month or two can be good, because you really have you come back to it with a very different perspective of what you were working on. And I mean, if it's just something for yourself, don't be afraid to walk away from it for a year. Don't, because you should be able to just pick something else up and run with it for a while your subconscious is processing whatever is going on with that model. I have a file of models I can't decide on whether it's worth continuing to try to fix it or not. And so I just throw stuff that I can't decide on. There's a lot of things. I mean, I make models that I throw away all the time that I'm never going to revisit, where I'm just like, okay, I don't know what you were doing when you were working on that, but you were not stable. It's time to get rid of that. And honestly, that's a very important skill to have. And I think it is a skill. I think you learn how to do it, What? Yeah. You can't sculpt with a mouse. ZBrush with a mouse is useless because you have no pressure sensitivity. You have to have a tablet of some sort, or you're not using ZBrush. Because if you don't have the pressure sensitivity, I mean, it's 100% on or 100% off, and that you're losing all of the subtleties of ZBrush if you're trying to sculpt with a mouse. And Said, I don't know. I don't have any problems with insanely selfish. I've been blessed with women in my life, so I don't have an answer for that one, my friend. No, I don't. I think if someone is selfish, they're not going to be really impressed with me or my reactions to that behavior. Says the guy who is insanely selfish, I guess. I'm not really selfish, I'm just insane, so I just it just doesn't occur to me. I think selfishness is really someone making a decision, where I think I just have some stability issues more than that. It's so funny, I read a thing by Henry Rollins, and I was a child of the punk age, and so, Black Flag and the such, but he was making a comment about where he doesn't really even think about relationships much anymore, because about a month and a half, 2 months in it, they're like, why am I in this relationship? All you do is work. And I'm like, yeah, that's me. I know that one. Yeah, selfish person wouldn't put up with me very long. No, that's never been one of my issues. Selfish American women, that is. Yeah, I mean, No, I mean, you can do it with the mouse, but man, just buy a tablet of any sort. I mean, it doesn't have to be a good one, it doesn't have to be an expensive one, but if you're doing it with a mouse, you are missing just so much of the capacity of the program. I had one of my students, I asked him why all of his, his depth settings and everything was just the same levels. And he was doing beautiful work. I mean, seriously, he was a good designer, so he was doing really nice work. And he was like, well, I've been using a mouse. Everyone in the class was like, what? Are you kidding me? So beautiful work can be done with a mouse, don't get me wrong, but buy a cheap tablet. Just do it, because you're going to enjoy your experience so much more. And, it's just going to give you the capacity to do things you cannot do with a mouse. Like, let's just take something simple. Like, you can't do... No, hold on. Yeah, you can't make crap. Of course, none of this is set right. What the hell? And smooth distance is 800, I think. Roll distance is 10. Turn that off and that. Of course. Why are my steps? No, well, at least that's smoother. Okay. You can't do that with a mouse. I'm having a really serious issue with subdividing subtools. Like, if I have a big mesh and I can't cut that big chunks, how can I subdivide? Okay, well, yeah, Saida worked in the film industry for 15 years. Okay, so no, you just let go of the button. So there's no reason in the world you should need 60 million polys, right? Now, retaining subdivision levels is tricky like that. I'm trying to figure out what you're doing that you'd need 60 million polys on a bike, especially if you're breaking the parts up. But well, yeah, but no, because you use your subdivision, it doesn't give you subdivision levels if you're using a mask. It will allow you to subdivide, but you don't have your subdivision levels. It stays at one thing when you split it that way. That was the only way you could do it for a long time. So Pandal, you do is you hold this, right? I'm moving around. I let go of the key and I'm zooming. So yeah, that's not an issue. So do you have a picture of your bike? Can I see where you're having the issue? So I want to keep my subdivision levels, right? And here, let's just use this one as an example real quick. Okay. So I have my model here, right? And I've kept my subdivision levels because I want to be able to do things like smooth at this level. I want to be able to move things at this level. Having my subdivision levels allow me to do all of those things that you can't do with high subdivision levels like in a Dynamesh, right? So let's go up here and let's find, I think this one had, is this the one that had weird geometry? No. Is this the one that had weird geometry? No. Is this the one that had weird geometry? No. Okay. Of course I deleted the one that had weird geometry. Let's come here. This is at 6 million. So let's duplicate this and bring it down here. Okay. So now I am going to lower my resolution here. We'll go there. And so I'm at 1.5 million polys, and I'm coming in and let's find something that I just don't, well, here, I just don't have enough resolution right here to make this nice, right? Right, that's just never going to be clean no matter what I do. I just don't have the resolution for it. Well, if I know, right, I have other sculpting to do, I know that that's going to be there. Does that make sense? Right. At this point, I'm not going to worry about this. I'm going to delete well, here. It doesn't matter. I'm going to delete both of these. So, right, I have my model. I got it there, but it's not sharp. It's not crisp. I'm not going to worry about it at this point. So, if I'm going to have to take that step into extremely large geometry, well, one, you can just duplicate it, right? And take boop, trim rectangle. Where the hell is trim rectangle? There it is. Okay. You know, you can just take this. No. That's not what we want to do. Actually, we want to do this. Hold on. Oh, well. But you're supposed to do the other way. Okay, fine. It's not going to do it for me right now. So we'll do that. Damn it. Oh, no, you're killing me here. All right. Okay. Well, so now you have this part and you can then divide it, right? And now you can have all the geometry. Oh, you got to be careful not to get super tappy. I just took us up to 38 million polys. Let's lower that down. Right, so you can either lower it, cut the part out, okay? Now, you still have your other model, right? Duplicate it, cut the part out. And so now I can come in here and I can really tune this up. And you notice I've just chopped the part away that I want it to get super high detail. Or I didn't have enough detail to get it done, right? So now I can come in here and I can come in and really get some detail in here, okay? So now I have this guy, I have all the detail I want on it, right? So now I'm going to come back to this guy. And I'm just going to hide that for a second. We're going to take this. We're going to hold down Control and tap that little groover right there. So now this is our history state, okay? So now I've done everything I wanted to do this ring, right? And so now I've got to prepare it. I don't know if you decimate, right? But going out to printing, I'll always decimate. So I'm going to decimate this down to 250,000 polys. Because everything else has the geometry it needs. We had enough resolution for it. So I'm going to wait until the very end, right? And I'm going to, we've marked my high res as the geo I need, right? And so now we have this, we have 250,000 polys, right? So now I can go to my history brush. I can turn on Sculptress Pro. We'll turn this on and you can see that. And now I can come in here with Sculptress Pro and my history brush turned on. And history brush can't use symmetry. And that's okay. And so we're going to come in here and let's turn our lines off. And you can see that I can now take my history brush, bring it in, and do a first pass, get everybody there, right? And just add the geometry where I need it to retain my detail, right? And now you can see that, well, I still don't have enough geometry to make this that detailed. So I just make my brush smaller, I come back in and I brush more detail in. Still choppy, so I'm going to make it smaller. And you can see that I can brush in the geometry I need where I need it to get my detail where I need it. In this way, instead of getting a model that's going to be, 60 million polys, I'm just going to throw that in as a placeholder, and then I'm going to bring my high detail in later and only put it where I need it. Does that make sense? And I find that's the best way to be able to retain insanely high detail in an insanely small model. I mean, we're at 400,000 polys. And I had this at 15 million polys. Does that make, or 9 million polys? I don't know, what was it? 9 million polys, just in that little area, right? So that way you can control your mesh geometry and put that exorbitantly high detail in later. What's the detail that you're putting in there that, okay. Yes, it's borrowing from a different tool. Because that way I don't need my base model to have all that geometry until you need it. So I just cut out the small area that has to be high detail. Because, I mean, if you look here, most of this doesn't need to be high detail, right? I mean, it's smooth. Hold on. And so if you're telling me where you need the high detail is to get the lines in, Okay, the main yellow chunk that goes from the front of the bike to the back. So you're talking about... No, I wanted you to zoom. Hold on. Pastiches. So you talking about this chunk? I assume that's included. And so when you're saying, is this the detail that you're having a hard time getting the resolution on? Like the lines and like these little doogies here? Is that the kind of stuff that you're having the issue retaining enough geometry to be able to do that? What's my lag? Hold on. Oh, I was freezing everything now. Well, so, what's nice about that, and here, let's take her frame. I'm just going to turn this into your motorcycle real quick here, or you know what I'm saying. Turn symmetry off before you do that. Okay. Right, so that's your bike. And so we're at 6 million polys. And this is a very workable, 6 million polys is fine. But what you're telling me is that you are having a hard time keeping no, stop, turn that off. Like this detail is tessellating on you, right? And so to be able to get these lines, it's like this, right? Well, no, it's super easy. So, right, you have your detail, you can't get it. Mark it in. Just get it where you want it to be, right? Come back. And right, we're at 6 million polys right now. To keep this smooth, you don't need anything like that. So we're just going to come back down here and we're going to sculpt this, or we're going to decimate this to 1 million polys. Maybe. If the stream lags, it's just because this is thinking. But I don't think the string will lag anymore. Tell me if it's lagging. So on OBS, the stream lags, and that's because the memory allocation usually puts it like at third. you're making it too complicated. Let me just subdivide. Well, ZModeler. I start everything in ZModeler. I mean, 99.9% of my models start in ZModeler. So is the stream still not lagging? Oh, what I was going to say, for those of you who stream, I watched a little video about this. So if you open OBS as administrator, that puts OBS resources above the other resources. And I don't know if you saw me stream before, like when I'm doing this processing, often the stream will lag because it was giving all the resources to ZBrush, and that's why it would lag. But by doing it the other way, by running it as administrator, it always retains enough, or it should always retain enough memory, because that took a little longer than it should have. Yeah, no, see, that's awesome, because I don't know if you all watch me, I always kill my stream. It lags, and everyone's like, oh, it's lagging. I'm like, it's not lagging. My memory resources are just going to ZBrush. But if you open OBS as administrator, it assigns OBS the priority of the RAM. So it will always keep enough to stream the stream. So it changes it in the priority shelf. I learned that the other day. I'm glad it worked. So now we're at 1 million polys, not 6 million polys. And so coming in here, and even if you don't do these yet, decimate yourself down, take a thing, just turn Sculptress Pro on, and then what you're doing is you're only using the geometry you need to make these lines. Now, did you just see that? So I'm going like this, and see how I get a crappy line? And now this is something that happens to a lot of people, and they're like, well, wait a minute, I can't use this because let's look at our mesh. It's decimated, right? So it has all these triangles. So this is what you have to do. Remember that smooth adds geometry, right? Because if we're in Sculptress Pro. So it just takes 2 steps, right? Instead of coming in and getting, does everyone understand why that's doing that? Why? Because Sculptress Pro works by hitting points, right? And you see there's no points in there, so it doesn't understand to split lines. It wants to go over points. So it has to intersect with points to get your geometry here. And you can see from there to there, there's no point, so it didn't create geometry there. Smooth, on the other hand, we're just going to take that's smooth. On the other hand, make your brush a little bigger, come in and just hit smooth, and you can see that we're trying to add geometry. I'm adding excuse me, I'm adding geometry in the area that I want to do the line. And now I can come in here and make this very small. And now when I put my line in, see how dark that is? That's because it's adding up the geometry, or it's only putting the geometry where it's needed. And now let's look here. And you can have very clean lines, right? But remember, if you're using it, you need to smooth over it, and you don't have to smooth over it that tight, but you need to give it some geometry so you don't get this crap. Oh yeah, actually I have no preview. I was told that's another thing that takes up a lot. Right. Do this last. Right. Because you can see we've decimated this and the surfaces are smooth. You know, the detail's there. But come in and do that fine linear detail on a decimated model. And that gives you tons of room because you can see that, you know, drawing that line was $62,000 polygons, right? We add it to that million. Right? So that's a lot of geometry needed in just that line, 62,000 polygons. So the thing is decimating. And the nice thing is this, is that, you know, let's say you have a lot of these lines and we keep going up and up. Well, remember, you can redecimate it at 1,000,000. And it's now going to take this sharp edge into consideration when it decimates. And so you'll see that we're going to go back to 1,000,000. Basically, we're getting rid of the 62,000 polys that it takes to do that line. But now that's there. So it's going to take those edges into consideration when it decimates it. So now I just decimated this down to 250,000 points, not 1,000,000, right? And look at how sharp that line and edge is, right? So now I'm down to 250,000. So if I need to put more geometry in, you know, once again, we just come, make our brush a little bigger, go to smooth, and just bring in geometry where we think we need it. Bring in geometry where we think we need it. And let's put a little square here. Right? Hold on, let me. Where's my window? Hello? Come on. Hook window. No, that's not what I want to do. Preset toolbar. My preset toolbar is where it needs to be. Yeah, I know. Tap my window, control 1. It hooked. Hide this. And so now, if you want really straight lines, bring on Lazy Nizumi, take our brush down small, and now this should be a much bigger line. And now let's take it down small. Small. Right. And so now you can see that you can have really tiny sharp lines. You can put in a big fat line, you know. And now I'm just going to hit 250 again. It's going to reanalyze this mesh. And even with 200, now you can see that your surfaces are not quite smooth at 250, but I did it just, I'm doing this to kind of prove this point here. And you can see that we now went back down to 250,000, and oh, that's because I ran over that edge. I didn't, but you can see on that side it's still smooth, right? And it's going to try to retain that geometry as well as it can. And I went from but you know, I mean, it's pretty damn sharp, right? Yeah, so I just bring in decimate and then go back and touch up where I really need sharpness, right? I'm not going to sit there and futz with it while, because I mean, there are reasons that you need 20 and 30 million poly models, or 20 to 30 million poly subtools. But if it's just for something like this, that's super easy to do after you decimate it down. And you can actually run Decimation Master and make this 2 million polys or 3 million polys and you're fine. Or you can go, let's go back to this, right? And this is my quad model, right? And so if we have this 7 million poly model, we're fine with 7 million polys. You're super happy with 7 million polys, but you now want to come back in and do your fine lines. You're almost done with your model. Duplicate. Always duplicate. And then just delete lower. So now you're at a 7 million poly model, and you can come in and once again draw your lines. And in a case like this, I might go over it twice. Right? Come back over it. But we've now added, a 7 million poly model. That line is 217,000 polys to draw that line at this resolution. So you can only imagine how much this is going to add up quickly, right? But, if you only need a handful of lines, like I said, I would go back over it. Oh, I guess we didn't add that many polys. It wasn't 7 million even. I'm like, why is that not working? Because I keep hitting the wrong damn button. That's why. Right. So actually, yeah, we're only at like 68,000. But, you got to figure you're adding, a few 100,000. If you do a bunch of them, you'll add 1 million or 2. But if you really need all your other resolution to be that way, or, really tight and nice, and then you just want to come in here and add, your little details. Especially if it's just linear details. Well, what the hell happened there? That's not supposed to move. I have a setting off or something. But, you can come back in, and now we've 790, so 30,000 polys to draw that line. But it's not 150 million polys to be able to get the mesh tight enough to do that. Oh no, this is Lazy Nezumi. It's an awesome tool. Lazy Nezumi Pro. There you go. And it's the best. $25, $30, whatever it is. It's awesome. Especially because it does things you cannot do in ZBrush, like draw circles on surfaces. Just to be able to draw circles on surfaces make it worth the $30. It's awesome. Because let's turn that off. Let's go back to PlayTube. You know, you can come in here. Come on. Drag it over here. Draw a circle. Let's crank it up so you can see. Draw a circle. Draw a circle. Draw a size. Mask. You know. But it has all kinds of stuff. Like it has a lot of the lazy brushes, right? But, you know, just being able to draw radiating lines. That's straight line, so you just pick it and you pick whatever angle you want, draw a straight line. This, you kind of draw two and then it'll start where you went. And you can get it to go the other direction where it's going from the end point, not the beginning point, right? And then that one is kind of cool because it's just, it draws, see, and it'll do 45. So when you're drawing, you can just, right, it's going to be a guideline. And you can change, there's the whole menu. Hold on, there you go. And you can see you can change everything in this stuff, like each one of these things. It has all kinds of stuff, and like on the circle. So watch, it'll do a hold on, let's see how it has the square steps as you go around. And so you can change that, and it has all kinds of, come on, why are you behaving that way? Spirals. Right. It does like fisheye perspective. Right. So you're you can see how that works. Isometric. And these move, you know, you can change your angles and stuff. So Lazy Nezumi is an absolutely fantastic tool. And it allows you to do a handful of things you just can't do in ZBrush. Like draw a circle on surfaces. So super good tool. Yeah, it has all kinds of weird perspective tools. You know, these, what's funny is this started out as a Photoshop plugin, and it's awesome. The other thing that is really nice about this Lazy Nezumi is, let's frame, is if you want to look or go around something, and I know you can kind of lock your views and stuff, kind of. If you go here, come on. Hit control, lock it at that. You can take this and it locks the constraint of your rotation, right? And you can also do it at angles. So like, let's say there's a plane and you want this to rotate on that plane, right? It's cool. It's good. It's good stuff. Shoop, shoop, shoop. I use it a lot. Lazy Nezumi is good shit. Delete all. Delete all. Boop. Delete. Delete. Right. And so, you know, if I want this to be, like if I want that to be a perfect, you know, half circle coming. Why are you being like that? Here. Boop. Turn it on. Hold down Control, move it. And then get that to where you want the center of the circle to be. We probably want it to be back a little. Yep. And so you can kind of come in and I want it clay tubes, not that. Come in and, you know, just give it where you want it. Why is that so choppy too? So you can see here, right? This edge is choppy and I'm at 15 million polys. Right? I'll play with it, get it. No, it's also because it's not that it's choppy, it's that I have this brush turned up to 300 gazillion. Bring that back down. And what's nice is, like, you know, let's say you're doing this to yourself and you're getting this nice radius and you're like, okay, that's what I want it to be. Well, you know, you can just bring it out here and now that's a matching radius, right? Oh, it's almost 2. Holy Hannah. But it also has French curves, which is great, you know, so you can, let's say I want to really clean this edge up, right? I can move that. I'm going to move my curve here. I'm going to move this point down here. I'm going to move this point up here. I'm going to get that. Right? You can have a 2-point curve. Let me turn this up so you all can see it a little. Right? And then you can run it out here, and now it's, you know, you have that extending radius going on, and that's a 2-point curve, or a 2-point French curve, but you can French curve, come on, undo. And then this is a 3-point curve. So once again, hit down Control, move curve, get in here, we can get that. We're gonna rotate the tangent, move my little point in here, I'm gonna rotate my tangent. Well, we're gonna get that. We're gonna move that. And, you know, I can pull it out, twist it, match it, get my tangent to go where I want it to go, move it up here, get that down, move the point out, right, punch that down, move that in, pull it around, move it in, push it back, get that there. Right, so you can do nice French curve stuff. So it's like having a good French curve set. You just, you know, there's no way to do that in ZBrush unless you have a steady hand, which I have a pretty steady hand, but I'd still prefer to do it that way. No, it's a really fantastic tool. I like it. not unbelievable. I just spent a lot of time trying to get my tools sorted out. I believe in work smart, not necessarily hard. Even though I tend to work hard too, sadly. It's always a nice phrase that I fail at a lot. Right, there's not enough geometry there to do anything nice, so I'm just going to blow it off until it's that time. My caps lock button has been abused horribly, I guess. Oh my God, come on, you. See, sound effects, vital. Alrighty, so it's almost 2 a.m. It's time for me to go to bed. So did I answer everyone's questions before I shut down? Tonight went quick. Even though I'm all allergy and weird. Just itchy. Alrighty, kind and gentle folk. Yeah, there you go. That's it. That's what I got. But if you have never used ZBrush or interested in ZBrush, remember that they now have their little ZBrush Core Mini. And I'll download it and see what everything is, and then I can talk about it a little bit more. But that's free. So sign up. It's free. Can't beat it. Yeah. Thank you, Ulfer and Jaime and Paul and Joseph and Kyle and everybody, Solomon and Kinsley, and I could go on. Everyone at ZBrush, thank you very much for letting me stream. And everybody, remember that we now have people going all day, every day. So there are a bunch of really awesome streamers. I'm doing a webinar at Formlabs next Tuesday. And register for that. And then the 30th, I'm doing my ZBrush Masters set here. buy or try ZBrush. All right, that's all I got. Can't remember anything else. No. Last Monday is when we look at models. All right, that's all I got. Can't think of anything else. Good night, kind and gentle folk. Be safe. Don't get any ick. Practice your ZBrush. Peace out. Have a great week, and I will see you next week.